Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sara Polak and I worked at the Czech Technical University, but today and tomorrow I will be guiding you through this conference. It is my third conference of the Digital Czech Republic, and it's so nice to see some familiar and also some new faces. So let's move to the first part of this conference. Also, I would like to welcome all of those who listen to us using the streaming services, and I hope that you will enjoy it.
English, don't worry, there will be a translator, and tomorrow will be in English as well, so you'll definitely get your cream. Já jsem moc rád, že tady můžu být. Celá ta tématika, včetně
I'm very happy to be here. I truly love the animation at the beginning of the conference, but I am not here to discuss that because we'll start with the introductory words.
A kdo jiný by měl úvodní slovo?
And it will be Šárka Shoup who will have the introductory speech. Dear Mr. Minister, members of the Parliament, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you at the 8th year of this conference, Digital Czech Republic, that is organized by the Institute for Politics and Society. Thanks to you, we are meeting here again and discuss in these wonderful premises of the National House in Vinohrady. We'll discuss national and European topics. Thanks to our speakers and also thanks to the moderators. And we hope that the topics we are about to discuss might change your lives and that you will all be inspired. We also have an interactive exhibition as part of this conference. You can learn about news from well-known companies, but also from startups, because the digital program is one of the important aspects of the company. I would like to thank our partners, in particular Google, and also Microsoft. We talk with them about topics such as hybrid risks, security and safety of children online. I also want to thank our new partners such as T-Mobile, and there is no need to introduce this company, or Edenred, which is the leader in employees' benefit, and Bank ID. I believe that everybody has already some kind of a bank ID. And these are the topics we are going to discuss today and tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. We want to have this conference interactive, so ask your questions. We look forward to your opinions, and I hope that you will enjoy the next 2 days. Thank you. Thank you very much, Šárka. Šárka, who is the Executive Director of the Institute for Politics and Society, board member of the European Liberal Forum. Yes, definitely, we invite you to being interactive. You can actually join us on a Slido, but now let's move to our keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is the Deputy Prime Minister for Innovation, Education, Science and Technological Development, Minister for Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And for obvious reasons, he cannot be with us, but he has sent us a video message. Please welcome Mykhailo Fedorov. Zdravím vás z Kyjeva, hlavního města svobody. Děkuji za pozvání a velmi se omlouvám, že jsem se nedostavil osobně. Ukrajina již více než rok bojuje v největším konfliktu druhé světové války s velkými ztrátami na lidech i na infrastruktuře. K tomu, aby zůstala odolná a bojeschopná, využívá Ukrajina technologie. Překonávat nové výzvy nám v průběhu roku pomáhaly desítky nově vzniklých projektů, ale i zdánlivě bláznivých nápadů. Ukrajinské kybernetické hranice brání první IT armáda na světě. Součástí kritické infrastruktury je systém Starlink, který pomáhá
and help to identify war criminals. Cloud technologies serve as backup for registers to run all state systems smoothly. Army of drones changes the course of the war. Another big part of our job to support citizens with digital public services in a few clicks. I mean our super app, DIA. During a full-scale invasion, we started to develop and launch online public services and products even faster, almost every week. From services to report on damaged property hit by Russian missile to digital war bonds that support the state budget. Over 50 services we've introduced during the last year. More to come. By the end of 2023, all major public services and documents will be completely digital. No paper, no bureaucracy, no corruption. We do believe that technologies will also help us create a safer and brighter future. During full-scale Russian invasion, IT business turned out to be the only industry able to develop, create jobs and boost Ukrainian's economy with paid taxes and investments flow. No wonder we call Ukrainian IT entrepreneurs defenders of our economic front line. For sure, we try to support them as much as we can. Among main initiatives, Dear City. This is a unique tax and legal framework. We launched it right before the invasion, and already 500 companies became Dear City residents with over 40,000 people engaged. To be honest, we expected this as we offer the lowest tax rate in Europe. The last thing I want to mention is Brave One. This is a defense technology cluster, unique ecosystem that unites government, developers, military expertise, production facilities, and investors. Main mission of Brave One: we can't miss any product or tech solution that leads to the victory faster and saves lives of Ukrainian people. Though I must say that today our country is the best test ground for all the newest technologies. Ukraine offers quite a unique opportunity to test service or product, develop and scale it nationwide. This can be anything from energy-saving devices to VR tech for the government. So don't miss it. Try Ukraine, work with Ukrainians, invest in future of free democratic world. Slava Ukraini!
Technologie rozhodně proměnily.
Technologies have changed the war times and peaceful times. Technologies change our lives. And now I would like to welcome the second keynote speaker, and it will be Ivan Bartoš.
Ivan
Bartoš, who is the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalisation. The floor is yours.
Dámy, vážení pánové, kolegyně a
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues. I am glad to have the opportunity to have a presentation here at this conference this year as well, although perhaps I don't remember all the previous years, but I am happy to see this conference, and I want also to thank for the inspiring words of Mykhailo Fedorov. This is not the first time I've heard him. I have met him several times, although virtually, and we are glad that there is digital cooperation between the Czech Republic and Ukraine. The topic of this year is digital revolution or evolution, and this year in the area of modern technologies is a revolutionary year. And that is because of a fast development and introduction of artificial intelligence. The general public sees it with a certain distrust, or they take it as a source of entertainment. But the potential of AI that we experience every day in various services and mobile phone is much wider than we can imagine. And if we manage to approach it in a correct way, AI will improve our life and the economy of our country and also globally. I believe and also it is supported by AI experts that we have to be progressive but also careful, so that to have positive effect of AI, it has to be regulated, reasonably regulated, so that it doesn't interfere into privacy. But at the same time, we have to look at it as we do not want to over-regulate and thus stop the development potential. And that applies to all new technologies, as no one knows today how quickly the changes are going to happen in the years to come. If I move from this big challenge to the local agenda, we have many tasks ahead of us, and all the previous governments involved in digitizations were also aware of that. I believe that the acceleration will be supported by the newly established Digital Information Agency, whose aim is to help find opportunities for new ways. That was our vision when we established this agency. We want to set a path so that the outputs provided by the digitization are not dependent on the budget of individual ministries or on the individual priorities that cannot be impacted when we talk about the local economics, including things such as pandemic or a war somewhere, as these are events that have a strong impact on the Czech economy as the economy of a country in the middle of Europe. But the agency will help you to focus on transformation, and this agency should actually help you. And we decided to use the title of the strategy, which is the same as the title of this conference, Digital Czech Republic. So we want to have a clear vision, irrespective of the fact who is actually right now in power. The agency was launched 2 months ago when we completed the first transformation phase, and headed by Mr. Messerschmidt, the agency will have to face certain challenges of the past periods. We follow on the idea and the concept that one of the biggest barriers and breaks that needs to be overcome is the individual sectoral approach. Individual institutions and ministries need to share know-how and expert knowledge also in the IT area, because the precondition of a successful transformation, revolution or evolution is the connected, lean and a pro-citizen state. And actually, the previous speaker talked about this aspect in his speech. More and more activities move into the digital world. The labor market is changing, and in the vision of the next 10 years, we'll need people, not only IT experts, but we'll need people with different skills than what we have today. And the predictions show that there will be a major change on the labor market. The digital divide will increase between those who are able to use modern technology and those who see the digital technologies as a threat or something unknown. And the negative impact will or might be also on the labor market. So people who were educated in the classical way and will not work on improving their digital skills, they will be threatened on the labor market because they will miss the skills and capabilities that will be necessary for their work. We see that as an important aspect in the Czech Republic, and also the EU said that 2023 is the year where we should focus on skills, on setting up the system that will overturn this negative development. The task for all of us here in this hall, not only politicians but also other stakeholders, is to explain to people that digitization and IT is not a threat. It is not a special field for strange people sitting in offices, eating pizza and drinking cola. But this is something that is useful, it's needed, it's cool. And IT and digitization is not about writing software, but it is something that impacts all the activities. And we should strive for that, and the state should remove these barriers and help people to use services, or perhaps to help them to find job opportunities that are needed. So these are the tasks ahead of us, the challenges, not only for us, but also within the whole EU. And these challenges are huge. It's not up to the state only or the Digital Information Agency. We need to work with the same vision. During the COVID pandemic, and it turned out also in Ukraine during the war, that the cooperation of the state, of municipalities, of the academia, of the business, as well as NGO, and we can add more and more elements, those who focus mainly on digital transformation, is important. Then politicians are here to ensure that there are finances available, and also that we have good legislation, that we have legislation that is digital friendly, and also to adapt processes to the digital transformation. The state should be fast, transparent, user-friendly, and all those involved should have the best conditions available, and also support by the state, as this is important for growth. Thank you very much for your attention.
A my děkujeme Ivanu.
Thank you, Ivan Bartoš. Every year, I try to mention one sentence when being a moderator, meaning that everybody can use technologies. Technologies are designed for everyone. It should be democratically available to all people. And this is the only way to move forward. The first block of our keynote speakers will be concluded by Mr. Havlíček. Welcome. Karel Havlíček, Deputy Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. Good morning. Oh, welcome. I don't know how many years of this conference I have attended, but it's a great conference, and I am very glad that we can say a few words about artificial intelligence. It'll be one of the major topics that will be covered by me. The truth is that we are approaching the fourth industrial revolution. Maybe we are already there. One generation will witness two revolutions, the third one, and at the same time the fourth one, the fourth industrial revolution based on the Internet of Things, cloud sharing, and something that has been currently very widely discussed, and that's artificial intelligence. There are lots of passions related to that. We've heard from Mr. Bartoš about chances and opportunities related to AI, but on the other hand, we should not forget about all threats. Yesterday, I visited Hyundai Nošovice. They really have managed to develop a highly automatic plant on a world level. The efficiency of production, quality control, higher level of customization, meaning that clients can order items according to their needs. They will be able to monitor the process of manufacturing of their car. But it will also affect the labor market, and it must be taken into account when preparing, for example, old age pension system. Well, date of retirement plus 3 years, and we will get as much money. But we also should consider whether there will be demand for people who will be, for example, 67. From the viewpoint of modern technologies. When I take a look at recent studies from US universities, for example, I read that 20% of professions will lose demand by 50%, and the rest, 80%, will lose 10% demand. Maybe the figures are not accurate, but we still should take them into account. The topic close to my heart is transport, autonomous management. It's a very sexy issue. Technologies are really advanced. I went to see BMW. They have got autonomous management systems in place. They are developing cars for future generations. And what should be also taken into account is the issue of ethics, such as, for example, in the healthcare system, better diagnostic tools, development of more advanced medicines, but also a threat such as development of biological weapons. We can also have a look at the politics, where there is a clear threat. On the one hand, we'll be able to identify better groups of electors. Opposition parties definitely will use that, but the US gives us a warning. Disinformation will spread even more quickly as a result of the use of artificial intelligence that can be easily abused. And I'm getting to the area of safety or security. AI will help us identify criminals, all sorts of individuals based on their face or voice, but it can also be abused. If someone needs to find some information about us, it will be easier for him or her. Entertainment, we all know Netflix, Spotify, but musicians start to have a problem with their fees. with the money they receive, because artificial intelligence can replace them. Peter Gabriel said an interesting thing about it. You will have known him, the former member of Genesis, but also a pioneer, someone who's promoting new technology. I will be at his concert in Munich. He issued a new album, Input Output, I.O. He's 73, and he tries to calm all authors who are afraid of AI. He says that AI is unstoppable. The only thing that we can do is to partially affect some changes that are about to happen. An act on artificial intelligence is being prepared at the EU level. I do not fully agree with Minister Bartoš that the digital agency will solve this issue, but that's something to be discussed at the level of the Chamber of Deputies. We should now focus on the act on AI at the EU level from the legislative and executive viewpoints. And the Czech Republic should act as a first league player. We in the Czech Republic are very well off with artificial intelligence. This is a piece of information that comes from a year ago, but Czech Republic is the first country in the EU introducing new technologies. 40% of population uses 2+ technologies based on companies based on AI. Let's continue. This is well done, and it's a great chance for us to show that the Czech Republic is not only the country of beer, Karlstein Castle, but also a country that can use and is able to use the most advanced technologies and innovations. I'm looking forward to our discussions. Thank you for your attention. Well, beer and Charles Bridge, they are perfectly okay, but also we were the first to use the word robot or golem, so you are right, Mr. Havlíček. Both Mr. Bartoš and Mr. Havlíček will participate in the next block on the agenda, which is called Digital Economic Revolution. And in this first panel of today's conference that will focus on the impacts of technologies on our society will be attended by our speakers and the moderator. Please join me on stage. We've managed to invite the top personalities. Markéta Přenosilová is the chairwoman of the board from Europe Startup Nations Alliance, and she's going to introduce our guests to you, and I shall see you in a minute. Now this is better. Ladies and gentlemen, to start with, let me ask you, do you hold your mobile phones, your cell phones? Please raise your hand. Whom of you use internet banking? And do you feel it's something simple? Is it easy for you? What if we were able to communicate with the government in a similar way within the framework of online services? What if we had a single application and one key to be able to use all online services of the government plus other companies such as energy suppliers, insurance companies, investment houses, or even lawyers' offices? Or if we were able to obtain mortgage loan It's very easy to order anything using, for example, the Zásilkovna application, and it would be as easy as that to obtain services from the government, from the state. How to achieve that in the Czech Republic? That's something that we will discuss with my guests. A programmer that started to work in his sector when he was 13, and now the first lady of Czech e-commerce, Simona Kionková. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having me at this conference. An economist, former businessman, a former minister, also an author of articles about musicians, Minister Karel Havlíček. IT specialist, a singer of a punk music group, and Magic the Gathering fan, Ivan Bartoš. Good morning. An economist who likes probability, former politician, member of several international institutions and organizations, and a passionate golf player, Mr. Vladimír Dlouhý. Good morning. A person who has been working in the finance and IT sector, and thanks to him we can use the internet banking in the Czech Republic, and who's backed up the Bank ID project, also a big Sparta fan, Mr. Vladimír Blažek. Morning.
So welcome to this panel discussion, everybody. And to start with, I have a couple of questions just to start up the discussion. So could you please simply answer yes or no, or give me a figure or a word? Just simple answer, one word answer. When Zásilkovna will become another Czech unicorn? Well, the things are speeding up. We are a pro-change project, so within 3 years, hopefully. Thank you. Mr. Havlíček, you were more happy to be the head of the Ministry of Transport or Ministry of Transportations. It's the same question as if you would ask me whether I liked my son or daughter more. Mr. Bartoš, when would it be possible when the state would be able to calculate taxes for us? You want a specific year? I hope that in 2025 it will be possible. So we are looking forward to it. Mr. Dlouhý, what kind of mobile application apart from email do you use most often? Vivino. Mr. Blažek, when would it be possible to arrange for a mortgage online fully? If everything goes right, then at the end of this year. I want to ask, can you tell me what is the number of IT systems in IT administration? Could you give me a number, all of you? In a company, it's about 1,000, and in public administration, it will be less 300. My estimate is 7,000. It includes also municipalities, up to 10,000, 6,000 to 7,000. I have no idea. I've never been involved in this. I could only guess by the number of towns and municipalities. So I would, because he said it, I would agree with Mr. Minister. Yes, I would also say 6,000 to 8,000. Yes, you are right. It's about 8,000. And one more question. Have you tried ChatGPT? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, and I'm a bit disappointed. Yes, I have the app. And on the Mother's Day, I asked the chat to send a text message, and then I sent it to her, and it was fun. And the last words were your loving he or she partner. I surprisingly also is using it. And I'm a liberal conservative person who actually doesn't belong in this world. I use it, I have the app. I am nervous a lot. I think it should be regulated. But I have to say, when I wanted to have an article to be translated as I wanted to offer it to Financial Times. The translation was just excellent. Mr. Blažek, yes, I tried it, and as it used some rude expression regarding the Czech football team Sparta, I stopped using it. So we can see that all of you are using it. So today's panel is about digital economic revolution or evolution. So do you think we are going through an evolution or a revolution? I think that we are going through an evolution step by step. But from the point of view of companies, things are getting faster and faster, as I have 13 managers that I supervise, and we actually use a military term when the soldiers have to deal with crisis all the time, and the managers were not aware of that terminology, and we do it on a monthly and half-a-year basis. So we face changes all the time. There was COVID, then during the COVID pandemic, many changes have happened, and they have a huge impact on the management of companies. Within a single weekend, 2,200 people are moved into digital communication, and it lasted for 48 hours, and most of the companies had to do it. We are a digital company, so it's in a way easier for us, but the digital systems and platforms are in our DNA. The companies that were established in the 1990s, even older companies, for them it's more difficult. I am an IT specialist, and if you work with systems, the fast changes are not easy. That's why I say evolution, because it's never-ending change, and it's getting the speed. I'm no longer a manager, I'm a psychiatrist and a psychologist, as I have to explain all the things and to bridge those digital changes and the real world. So it's difficult, and I'm glad that I can work in both the worlds, in the real world and the digital world. And I have to say there is a huge pressure on managers, on all of you, and that's why I understand that. For digital companies, it's easier. We can adapt faster. And when there was the economic crisis, and also in the area of e-commerce, well, the market dropped by 14%. I can explain why it happened, but I'm not going to talk about it in detail. If you have more questions, please ask me during the Q&A. But that meant a huge change in the companies, and we had to start huge transformation processes. There is not a single company in e-commerce or a digital company that wouldn't go through digital transformation in 2022 or 23. And that's all I wanted to say. What is your opinion, Mr. Havlíček? You said that it's a revolution in terms of AI. Well, I would actually support evolution, although sometimes we call it a revolution, the third or fourth revolution. Well, that's more a marketing term. We like to have things sort of sorted. And I would say that, in fact, when I ask myself what was the situation during the second industrial revolution, when a series or mass production started in the USA, how people perceived it, when the third industrial revolution came, when IT came, then internet, mobile phones, etc. And when we look back at it, for us, it seems like we are much further. So at a particular moment when people and companies think that it is a true revolution, it's usually rather a natural process that is supported by development of new technologies. So I would rather say it's evolution, although many of us might think it's the biggest revolution that we have ever experienced. Mr. Bartoš, how about you? I'll try to follow on the previous two speakers. I would even go back even deeper into the history. You said an IT guy. Well, I was either responsible for the architecture or database systems, but I actually studied information science at the Faculty of Art and Windtafler in the 1970s. When there was the revolution into the information society set. This is a new territory, and information, access to information, ability to assess information will be important as the world will turn digital, and it will be more important to not to own the resource, but know how to get this resource. And we have actually moved even further. This step is behind us, and the knowledge society comes. You know how to use it, because there are many technologies that are coming and going, and also information, and we can fail here, because not all of us, even the companies are at a different phase. Not everybody managed to evolve to the required level of needed knowledge. So how I see it, there might be a crisis, and that will force us to make a leap or a new technology. And perhaps I will refer to the investment business. There are good analytics for various areas by Gartner. They do a hyperloop cycle. So, for example, banking industry, how this industry will develop when something new will come. So somebody will start using it, then there will be the wild investors, and then there is the phase of implementation and regulation. And when we look at the hyperloop in digital technologies, we see that things such as big data is no longer a buzzword, AI, and we still talk about the simply working AI. When we look at the prediction for investors, the changes are happening. I would say we need to work on the skills, as we cannot predict the coming or failure of a particular technology. And technologies that will be able to handle processes will impact the society. And Europe and the Czech Republic, and I would agree with Mr. Havlíček, in the area of AI, even under our presidency, we have agreed on the European AI project. We really have a good situation. The creators of the first algorithm come from the Czech Republic. There is a good solid base in Czech universities, and I hope it will be the same in quantum. And hopefully the Czech Republic will be a champion. Similarly to, for example, space technologies, we have the European agency based here, and whenever there is a spaceship coming up into the space, there is something Czech. So let's focus on AI and quantum, and let's focus on that. And include state and companies, and usually it is the startups that are the first. We have an incubator where we have a startup focusing on space technologies, and I can confirm that the Czech companies are really good. Mr. Dlouhý, how do you see from the point of view of your members, how do they approach digitization? Is it an evolution, or are we forced to do it, for example, by the COVID pandemic, or by the Ukrainian war, or by introduction of new technologies? What is the approach of the companies within the Czech Chamber of Commerce? I will go back to the members at the end of my answer, but I also want to answer the question whether it's an evolution or a revolution. I also believe that since the creation of a transistor, it's an evolution, but it has a period of a revolutionized kickoff. Well, mainframe computers, then personal computers, then internet, etc., all the way up to AI. And these moments that are difficult to predict, when they appear, it's important how and who is able not only to predict them, there are not many people, but if they appear, how they can work with them. For example, from the point of view of the development of a particular company, a particular country, and also how companies can work with it. And now the interface between the private business activities and also research and development activities, private, and the role of the state, how these moments can be approached properly, and whether there could be a very good environment created so that people can start working with these technologies. And we heard it from the previous speakers. We do not realize that and I don't think it's because of any governments, but we have persons who are able to benefit from these revolutionary steps. But there is not much awareness about it. And I wouldn't say that the situation is not good. No, I'm glad that we have quite good companies here. And when we talk about AI, because AI is often mentioned as the latest revolutionized kickoff, we had Václav Smil in the Czech Republic for a couple of days. Perhaps you could have read his interview in various newspapers. And in one of his interviews, he said that AI would not force me to go somewhere, come back. He is a wonderful Renaissance person. I talked with him for an hour on Monday, and as he's a Renaissance person, he sometimes take shortcuts, too much shortcuts. And I think that AI has this revolutionary aspect, and it should be perhaps better regulated, although the opinions might vary. And your question, well, I'll be sincere. My role as the president of the Czech Chamber of Commerce will finish in a couple of weeks. And our members, about 25,000 of companies, they are caught by surprise, in particular when we talk about small and medium-sized companies. And we would want, and I know that you know that I've tried through various roundtables, I wanted to open the Chamber of Commerce to companies who bring this revolutionary shift, but unfortunately there are not many of them as members of the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you for being so sincere. Mr. Blažek, how do you perceive from the viewpoint of your sector the bank ID? Can we move even forward? Yes, I think it's pretty clear. When my colleague and I listened to advice from colleagues from the Nordic countries, they told us, well, this would not be a fast process. So this is a gradual evolution. It's not only about companies, but also us, whether we are able to adapt to the new technology. If I asked you how many people is able to check a correct signature on a digital document, there could be 1/3 of you. But some people are still not able to do that, and we cannot force them. Companies and the government want to use bank ID and means of digital identification, but it takes time. It's necessary to explain, to show them how to do it, where to do it. Then people from the business will know that there are internal processes. Again, they need to be set up. There should be a suitable investment cycle. So any technological change, such as the bank ID, can last 2 to 3 years before it is introduced, before it becomes part of all processes in a business. When I take a look at it from the viewpoint of the Czech Republic, we've had a fast start in the past 2 to 3 years. I believe Czech Republic has moved on top levels within the EU, and some bigger countries are lagging behind. It's an evolution, but it's going quite fast. Would you like to react, Mr. Bartoš, very briefly? Well, if we manage at the European level to implement a project of EU wallet and identity, then I believe in this EU ecosystem, the state administration, business, services, it's really the ecosystem that can be at a large scale. It'll be an EU project. And the same way we did bank ID across the political spectrum, and we also have been in close contact with all operators, then we'll be able to become part of the stream of digital identity very quickly, despite the fact that some governments see it very critically. It'll be something that we've never done in the past. Well, both evolution and revolution has one threat, and that's security. Security of data, transactions. I am aware of the projects that we did when I was part of the corporate sector. We need to promote data protection. We don't want false documents that can also occur in the digital sphere. Systems can be compromised, and then can be compromised by AI. We've mentioned the digital wallet. Starting from next year, both individuals and legal persons should be able to use that identity. So is the Czech Republic ready for the implementation of their rules? Because based on the index, we fell by 1 position, and we now rank the 19th at the EU level. So would you please comment on that? Well, the index is calculated using data that are 2 years old. The digital wallet will be introduced in 2026. It needs to be discussed in the European Parliament, but all EU countries are involved in its development. Later this year, we would like to have a Czech version to learn something, to gain the experience. But what will take place at the EU level will be a huge revolutionary system. I also mentioned legislation. No, on the 1st of January, you will obviously not be able to walk around with your cell phone showing QR codes. No, but the system will be set up. There will be use cases. When do we use electronic agenda most often? And it'll evolve slowly. Large online services will be a major partner. Not everyone has the bank ID. Some has got a data box or e-government certificate. Many people who have Google or iPhone identify themselves using Apple ID or Google Mail. They purchase tickets, they order goods, they sign up for journals, but this will be a truly robust system. Everyone in the Czech Republic who has got an ID card should be given the opportunity to have it electronically in his or her smartphone. And 2026, hopefully all organizations and institutions will become part of the system. Yes, and it's a good thing to use what we already have and are using. Well, I was going to say the following. Minister Bartoš mentioned what I'm going to say now. I am in my 70s now, and I do my best to be open to all these technologies. I've got a data box, I've got DocuSign, I've got bank ID, I've got everything. But I'm a bit nervous when we start talking about European identity. You've mentioned some risks that can be related to that. Well, the whole thing makes me slightly nervous, which might be a problem of my age. But if we were to use all these systems, well, let me go back to the Chamber of Commerce. There are more senior members. We will have a meeting in 1 week. There will be an election. My next president will be elected. It always takes time, and we'd like to make the process faster, but almost 1/4 of our members do not have a smartphone. Perhaps they are resistant to new technology because of their age. But let me say that if the country is not open and willing to invest in smartphones, technologies, knowledge, will still be facing challenges. So I don't know whether it's the case in the Czech Republic, but in my opinion, our society is not that open to all that, but I may be wrong. Let me comment on what Vladimir and Ivan have said. My viewpoint is dual, from the viewpoint of technology and processes. Well, as regards technologies, I'm looking forward to it. I read the statement of the government that we would no longer need any documents. We've got those thick wallets with driver's licenses and medical insurance cards, and all these things will be included in my smartphone in one application. That would be great. It's a dream. 2024, we should start doing that. It would be perfect. When I look back, remember how fast we started to use the Tečka application during the COVID pandemics. We all bought smartphones for our parents and grandparents to be able to prove their vaccination. So we have gone through this evolution thanks to COVID. Please raise your hand who does not have Tečka application in your cell phone. Those who have no smartphone. There are about 5 of them, and I've put down their names. No, just kidding. Well, technologically, I can't see any barriers. Interconnecting applications and systems is hardly a problem, and it's quite realistic for the Czech Republic. For 2024, there are smart people in IT, smart IT guys. All sorts of technologies are at the very top level, but there is one but. In terms of processes, I'm rather desperate, perhaps as Vladimir is. Who's the owner of the project? I know from business, and I've gone through sad stories. If a project does not have its owner with clear rules, clear timing, clear communication rules and responsibilities, it'll be a problem. And also, there will be not a single application. There will be many other partners to be connected with, ministries, banks, medical documentation, medical insurance companies, banks. All this will be interconnected, and it will not be easy from the process point of view. So it can be done, and I wonder if there's that owner, whether you've been working on finding the owner.
And also, Mr. Blažek wanted to comment regarding your previous question. I would like to comment in general the legislation. The EU sometimes focuses on problems that relate only to a couple of countries and looks at it from the point of view of the whole EU. When we talk about digital identity, for example, Scandinavian countries or the Czech Republic or Finland doesn't need it, and there is an obligation introduced in all the countries. Well, those countries who still do not have it will not get any help. I just do not want this new legislation to be a barrier or a break. Are we ready? No, I don't think we are ready. But I'm glad that we'll have a working group that will talk about introduction of OID. For me, it's one of the key topic for the EU wallet to be introduced here, so that it's the cooperation between the state, the private businesses, and a wide variety of stakeholders. And when the legislation comes, the Czech Republic will be ready, because it will know what and how to do. And to follow up to Simona, I'm still missing objectives. The Czech Republic has not set objectives on how the EU wallet should look like, how it should be introduced, what are the criteria for success when it's used by 20% or 40% of the population. This is something I'm missing. When you do not have a clear objective set, then nobody is accountable, and there should be work done in these areas. I just want to respond. And you know, individual ministers should use money for marketing. I didn't do it in the area of AI when we negotiated it. But then a month ago, there was a boom in media that there is ChatGPT. Media would ask me, is the European Union doing something about this technology? But when we actually concluded an agreement within the EU, no one was interested. In the area of EU wallet, even the local wallet, the national, the work is going on, even during the Czech presidency. The project owner, as approved by the government, is the Digital Information Agency, and their role is the coordination or the project side. We also communicate with banks and operators, and the national system is the ecosystem 2.6, and it's very comprehensive, and we will then adopt the reference solutions. And paradoxically, state with good bank ID are against it a little bit, because for them it would mean a huge change. Those who start from scratch, they do not have to deal with legacy systems. And for the wallet, the driver's license, it's you don't have to have it anyway in the Czech Republic. And we also want to include other things, such as the confirmation that you are a student. It would be a huge help for students under 26 years. But this is not the platform. We want to have a new app. We have the portal of the Czech citizens where there are services available, but people are not aware of them. But when we talk about the e-wallet, the benchmark track for 2023-24 is we are dealing who is going to be able to read it. The post offices, the police, or the municipalities, would they have their mobile phones, smartphones, or readers? So the deployment is more difficult. But when we manage to actually capture the most used IT services, I'm not going to say or name any of them, but those most used services, if we manage to get them involved in the project, then that would be boom, and 2026 people would want to be part of the European system within the whole Europe. But we will not build a comprehensive system until 2026, where we would put all the documents and ID cards, although the vaccination, that was a relevant example, and we go in this direction, and cooperation is important. Mr. Havlíček, so how to make sure that citizens use digital services more and more? Because when we look at e-government, the Czech Republic is lagging behind other European countries, and the arguments is used as I do not want the fines to appear there quickly and automatically. I wouldn't say that the Czech Republic is lagging behind. For example, in cooperation with people and financial institutions, we are one of the best countries in the world, but we always need to talk about the risks. Many ideas, but what will be completed fully? When we look 15 years back, there were two phases when we did a good progress. The first one, and that was the government by Prime Minister Topolánek, and they did the e-government. They had a team, and they did quite good job. But then nothing came. It was a catastrophe. In 2017, we started with it. And it was given not by the fact that we were geniuses, but we have Mr. Dzurilla, who really lived in this world. He understood it. And also the governments before us, they knew what they want to achieve, and they have quite good ideas in their programs. But they didn't have the results, and that's important. Even Mr. Dzurilla would not manage. He would have to be sort of supported and covered. Somebody who would actually go for it. Remember the e-prescription, the electronic vignette for motorways. Then all the things during the COVID pandemic, bank ID, which is perhaps the best thing that we managed to do in the area of digitization. It wasn't done because of a good idea, but because somebody was able to pursue this idea, to implement it, and perhaps disregarded all the risks. And now we are at a situation, and I consider Mr. Bartoš to be really clever in this area, and I think he knows what he wants. And then the question is whether the government will find the managerial skills and capability to actually go for it and to do it, so that we do not get into the situation when it will somehow dissolve in the world and it will not be completed. Because the Digital Information Agency will not do it. It's important to have perhaps smaller number of good experts, not to have average experts. It's more important to have excellent experts, and this is a risk. Otherwise, in 2 to 3 years, we will have a wonderful government declaration with wonderful ideas, but unfortunately, nothing will be deployed. I would like to respond quickly I would like to follow up on what Mr. Havlíček has said. You talked about personal transformation in relation to AI. The huge digital project, the EU Digital Wallet, will have a huge impact on personal transformation of civil servants. If you look at it today, it's huge administration, sometimes bureaucracy from our point of view, the business point of view. And when part of this agenda is transferred into the digital agenda, where we do not have to fill in lots of forms, but we will communicate digitally, how to transform the personal agenda, because at all the levels I can read, well, I am a microeconomist, I am not aware of the situation, but the number of civil servants is growing. We companies, when we work with disrupted technologies, and if it's you know, we work intensively with AI for several years, and I have to say, yes, there is also the transformation within the company as far as personnel is concerned, and this should also apply to the state. Can I respond quickly? Just quickly. As soon as the systems or things that are done by many people, many time, such as all sorts of excerpts from registers. You know, when you digitize it, those people can leave and can actually do something else. You don't have to apply by post to get a map of your land plot. So what is our objective? It's to automate routine agendas, and that will reduce the need for people who actually administer these tasks today. And if you do not reduce the budget because of the lower number of people, you will actually have more money, and you will therefore have more money for the skilled people. Yes, there is an initial investment, and the National Recovery Plan, AI will not do it. Requires also some person, and the question is, what came sooner, the egg or the hen? I think it's Marian Jurečka, the Minister for Social Affairs, and one of his deputies. And I have the plans also for the state digitization, and we have the plans for reduction of the tasks that are, for example, performed today by the labor offices, and it is the reduction of the number of people whose processes will be automated. And this is what I mean when we talk about the lean state. It's about the processes. And I wouldn't be afraid of the situation on the labor market. The labor market is overheated. Everybody is trying to get new employees, but we do not have labor force. So people who are experienced with, let's say, social work, and who, for example, the true civil servants, the number of them will not be as many as we have today. As we have more and more questions from the audience, why the e-wallet, the Czech, the national one, why do we have this step if there is the EU wallet coming? Well, it's not the app. You can program the app for several millions and then just move the info from the portal. The bank ID, even the bank ID, although we gave it to many people, but there is no user experience that people use it actively. Although 2.5 million people, 6.5 million people have it, but the active use 2.5 million. Well, the portal of the citizen, people just do not go there, and we need to have legislation. you need to change it in legislation that today when you need to use your ID card, you would be able to use your electronic ID card. So let's think about the user experience, the preparedness of the state administration bodies and entities, because usually if you need to identify yourself, you are asked to present your driver's license or your ID. People are confused. What is self-government? What is government? One person can tell you the data and another cannot. And we need to change this principle, and then the investments will pay off. Because starting from 2026, we'll have a society that is ready for the news that will come. But shouldn't it be obligatory, like to have the state data mailbox? That is the case in Denmark, for example. I would like to respond to your previous question. If the state is going to reduce the number of civil servants, the budget that they will save will need to go into marketing. The data, the state data mailbox is here for many years, but it's only a fraction of people who use it. And I wouldn't agree that 2.5 million is a low number, but it's about 40% of all the people who could use it. But when the state is not promoting the services, then you know, we promote it on the Czech public service TV. We explain how to use it. And with the data mailbox, there was nothing like that. So when you ask somebody, they will say, there is negative experience, I'm afraid of that, I do not want to use it. For me, it is a great tool. When you try it, you know, you do not want to work without it. And the second response to the e-wallet, I wouldn't agree that the state needs to try it. I would rather, as the state has only limited resources, the resources should be devoted to what will come in 2 years' time, and not just to test something.
Mrs. Kionkova, a quick remark to Mr. Blažek. I fully agree, and I'd like to emphasize it, and we both have mentioned that. Something that I'd like to say to our colleagues from the government, it's very important to think about the rational behaviors of people. If I provide people with a simple tool that is easy to operate, then I absolutely need no restrictions. People will love it and they will use it. Bank ID, 6 million users. Well, Zásilkovna is a business, an average business, and we've got 6 million users in our application. Much more people downloaded our application than Tečka application. It's important to market it, to tell people it's for free, it's simple, no need to carry heavy wallets around. A very simple communication helps. There's one anecdote that I'd like to mention. My company operates across Europe, and I had a phone call from Germany that I withdrew 15,000 euro. They gave me a call. Somebody made an attempt to withdraw money with a scanned ID card of mine. The person was not me, it did not resemble me, and they gave him those 15,000 euro from my account. So, and it happened in Germany. So once we have a safe application, nothing like that will happen in the future. Can I comment on that? I don't mind mandatory data boxes or mailboxes. That's okay. But, Simona, I don't know. I might live in a more conservative environment of older people, but I believe there are many people who don't want to be educated. And it brings me back to the state administration, a very lay viewpoint. When I log in the data box, it provides you with some options how to prove your identity. There are almost 12 of them, but what I think is that it's just the bank ID that works, and I know most people use bank ID, and I heard that it's clear, it's something that had been developed by banks, they had promoted it. But what the government does, it works worse. It's worse. Well, no offense. I understand that it's very difficult at the government level, but when I see a strong private structure behind something, such as banks, everything goes well, very fast, and there are many people who use it. I'm glad what Vláďa has said. He said he was liberal, conservative. I know he's not old school because he uses these technologies. He said he would convince members of the chamber to use data boxes. Well, I'd say the use should be mandatory. I am aware of the fact that people will say, well, we are free people, the government is not here to issue orders. Well, before COVID, we had been ultra-liberal, and all of a sudden a crisis emerged, and we had to serve tens of thousands people, tradesmen. There were people who did not have any data boxes. They sent pieces of paper asking for help. Everything could have been much faster if provided that they had electronic digital tools. And we should learn lessons from that crisis. And I am slightly disappointed that you, Mr. Minister, were not brave enough to issue an order that it's mandatory. If you were strict, well, people would complain, but the system would be in place and working and running. As concerns digital data boxes for companies, I agree it should be mandatory. We've always been using that. I've got about 15 companies, and we communicate with the government only through these boxes. It saves time for everybody. So I fully agree, but we need to distinguish between different target groups. Companies, businesses, that's clear. But what about citizens? There's one target group that is older. Some of them use smartphones, some of them don't. It's just a fragment of people. All of our customers use smartphones. We've got statistics. I would not be afraid. Generation Z, Generation Alpha, our kids are 100% digital. They are so digital. My own kids can surprise me how apt they are, how well they can work. But if there is a generation that does not want to use technologies, we should not force them. It's easy. So don't be rigid. Don't force people. It would pay back. They would not want to use it, and it would be to the detriment of the whole thing. It's about marketing. We should motivate people. If it's an application that helps you, that saves money and time, everybody will happily use it. Mr. Havlíček? Well, it was not automatically for everybody. For someone who has used it once, then it's mandatory for him or her. Mr. Bartoš, let me say the following, and I'll be very quick. User experience in the Czech Republic with the government services is very sad. Who provided all those solutions? Well, some of them were developed by the government, but the rest was developed by private companies. But the assignments were not good. The government asked for systems that did not work well. There was no button without the leave button or exit button or cancel button. Obviously, everyone needs to be able to cancel a service, to cancel a purchase. And this has been developed for years. I can see the systems that are used by my colleagues at the ministry. So everything should be very easy. Bank ID, I'm not promoting Bank ID, but it's very similar to the systems used by banks. E-government, for example, is much more difficult to use, so nobody dealt with the design. Is that one of the priorities? Well, we always dealt with the architecture, but we need to deal with integration, language versions, because the space is shared. We should take a look at the robustness of the system. And all this should be part of the assignment and management of systems in the state administration. Well, people do not trust government and have not trusted government for a long time, as opposed to Denmark, for example. In Denmark, they had problems with refugees from Ukraine too. They also faced problems with that, but we need to motivate people to use it. I don't want to make these things mandatory. What we want from people is sometimes quite difficult. So if it's a simple service that will make people's life easier, then they will do it. Are there any traps in terms of introducing the digital transformation? What if our viewers in this room would like to promote digital transformation more? What should they do? Well, they should be aware of regulation, regulatory rules. If we are to explain the levels of signature, e-identity, even a lawyer can get lost in it. When launching new products, every company must start with a user case. If you want to launch a product, you need to go through it with a client, with a citizen, ask him or her what they need, and based on that they need to develop the project. It cannot be done from a desk. I cannot sit at the table and write a law and develop an application. Sometimes companies are surprised that their clients do not react. They do not appreciate the product because they had not asked him or her. They had not taken his needs into account. Even a user must feel the urge to communicate with you, to communicate with the government. How many people in their 30s wish to communicate with the state? The least penetrated group would be people younger than 30. They do not file tax returns. They are not involved in this type of things. And it gets me back to communication. We should explain things, both companies and the states. Marek Růžička goes to explain digital transformation to senior citizens, to students at universities. So to sum it up, test it, talk to your clients, make use cases and do it on a regular basis.
Mrs. Kanková, could you share your experience with introducing digitization? Well, I would start with the US case of AI. We have communication systems, customer care, complaints management system, business systems. And also, I would like to highlight that AI also helps us with sustainability, as we also calculate routes. We deliver 100 million of packages a year, and it's 500,000 deliveries 40 a day. So we took the systems and we ask, help us to calculate the best route so that it is cost efficient and also it is efficient from the point of view of sustainability. So AI is a huge and one of the best servants, but a very bad master. It truly can help a lot. I see it in our systems. It saves costs, it helps us. Yes, we transform the colleagues as well. As today we have lots of specialists on AI, ICT specialists on robots, and those routine staff that we had 4 years ago, they actually moved to totally different positions. And if that works also in the case of state administration, we would applaud. For us, it's the process of learning. That's why I talk about the evolution, because at the beginning it was difficult. People were angry and they were rude, and we said, yes, we will admit it. So you can actually be switched to an operator. We have Z and Zeta. Z is the artificial intelligence. Z actually corrects. It's the female voice. When Z knows that or learns that you need to talk to a live person, they will know it and they will connect you. And if you are angry and you hang up, anyway, the operator will call you back. So we move a lot, and 50% of all the calls, and we have about 5,000-6,000 calls. So half of them are processed by artificial intelligence. Some people cannot even distinguish that they talk to AI. Today, when I listen to the calls, I know, but I'm sure that if I played that, 30-40% of you wouldn't recognize that it's not a living person talking to you. So the things are developing, but how to introduce and implement these things, this is a question that I had. Well, we know all about the technologies and we can talk about it even more. 75% of companies do not have a top ICT specialists. But what you need to have is a good process management, to have the project owner, somebody who has the budget, somebody who pushes the things based on the schedule, a project manager. who, if something is not done, goes and asks how come it's not done. So there has to be the owner, not only a coordinator. That's why we manage to succeed. We want to change these things. Some people just do not want to download the apps. They just have a negative approach. It's a change. They have to learn something new. And whether you want it or not all of us are that progressive. There are among us people who principally are against it because they do not like changes. And that's the system, the analogy from military that I talked about. And for that, you just need time. When Steve Jobs introduced a telephone several years ago, everybody looked at him and thought that he went crazy. And nowadays, almost everybody is using smart mobile phone. AI is a disruptive technology. You need time, you need trust, and you need to focus on that. So, Mr. Bartoš, how to implement it? I'll give you an example from real life. Well, the time is past us. Well, in the UK, when they introduced the first ATM, when you wanted to actually deposit money. Well, in the UK, they found out that, it's easy to withdraw money from an ATM, but to deposit money, people used to go to the bank. If you put the money and the machine calculates it, you are not quite sure. So they measured and they put a bank officer and asking the clients what their task was in the bank, and show them the ATM for depositing the money. So the first interaction, the trust that it was safe, that it was trustworthy, was supported by the presence of a bank clerk. And it was quite the same, but there was this additional step added. But from the point of view of, for example, automated tellers in supermarkets 2 years ago, people were not trusting that. And nowadays, we can see them more and more often, and the human cashiers are not that many anymore. For example, there is a person who is checking that when you buy a bottle of beer, you are over 18. But these are the examples, and it's about trust. Not in the shop, but in the bank, definitely. The time is running to work on reasonable and sensible projects. The Z generation and Alpha generation, these are difficult generations. It's not only about money. But at the end of the day, they want to work and have a higher objective in mind. So if we want to become a hub for AI, and top-notch ICT specialists, then we can do it. And the people would see it that the Czech Republic has a similar center such as Silicon Valley, and that it will also help development of startup. Well, nowadays, when you want to sell your share and you exceed 40 million, because the average startup is sold for about 200 to 300 million, then the new changes are a huge impact, because they are considering in transforming into holding, or I will say this is all wrong, and we'll definitely talk about it next year. And that is how to keep the clever people here, how not to be a country for manual workers. So we need to think about how to keep the brains here and how to make the Czech Republic into the next Silicon Valley. So, Mr. Blažek, what do you think is going to be the next technology? Well, perhaps not technology, but if we are to talk about the topic, it's going to be our mental health, because the amount of data that we consume, and when you look at the legislation, whether we talk about the AI Act or the Digital Markets Act or the Digital Ballot, all sorts of legislation gives the right to the hands of the users, and we do not realize today that there are huge amounts of data around us. So the labor market, definitely, and then the second topic will be how we citizens will be able to handle our data, and somebody will have to explain to us how to handle it. You know, today we watch and follow our money, and we'll need to learn also how to watch and follow our data about us, whether it's information how we play golf yesterday. Mr. Dlouhý, what is your opinion? I would be very brief, and I'll follow on what Simona has said. Being the president of the Czech Chamber of Commerce, I worked with startups a lot. And I have three topics that they say we should do in order to ensure better development. First, quite surprising, employee shares for startups. Second, principle speeding up of the opening of the labor market in order to get foreign specialists to the Czech Republic. Third, education, so that it produces local specialists who are able to work in startups. The Czech companies feel there are restrictions on the labor market, because if you understand it much better than I, you would talk about other aspects, but based on the discussion, these are the three topics that I am going to actually give to the next president of the Chamber of Commerce. Well, perhaps not next year, maybe later when we again are in the government. It's the innovation strategy that was based on knowledge, skills, value added, R&D, support of startups, spin-offs based on promoting a totally different Czech Republic. The strategy had its vision, its strategy. Many of you sitting here were involved, and what I blame the Czech government is that it's not working with it. We need to manage innovations, and that means to assess them, to motivate people. And thank you for also talking about the employees' shares related to startups, but not only startups. It is something that should be there because you can motivate people to become young entrepreneurs and becoming part of the growing society. And hopefully this government will manage to do it, and if not them, then we will when we come into power. Mr. Bartoš, your top topics. I think that many things will be visible for the citizens when using services. It's about unifying registered that will allow you to delegate your competences to others. Also, electronic ID cards, also in the area of education and e-health. And one more thing, employees' shares are a big topic, but then education, micro-credentials, specialized courses to help improve the Czech labor market, or some secondary every type of education and opening up the Czech Republic and creating conditions for foreign specialists. Historically, there were many US or British specialists. Now Montenegro, yes, tourism, that's good, but also we could have IT specialists from there. So competences, education, that is the key to success. And in the next years, it will be AI. So I would like to thank all the speakers for their opinions, for being so open. And please give them a round of applause, and we'll move to the next section of our program.
Dámy a pánové, to byl
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bartoš, Mr. Havlíček, Mr. Dlouhý, Mrs. Kionková, and Markéta Přenosilová as the moderator. Thank you. 3 years ago, when I moderated this conference for the first time, we had Florian Markus from Estonia as a guest at this conference. I saw him in Tallinn, and there was a competition in filing a tax return. The record-breaking process took 29 seconds, so hopefully we'll be able to be as fast also in the future. We heard one buzzword, artificial intelligence. It's something that has been widely discussed. AI, ChatGPT as a nice toy, and our next panel, called Tomorrow's Life and the Rise of Artificial Intelligence, will look into this topic in a greater detail.
Ještě než panel začne, tak mi dovolte.
Before we start, allow me a small remark. Please be interactive. Talk to us. There's a Slido, there's a QR code. Those of you who are online can also get involved. We know that you are there, and you can also ask questions. Also, at the same time, I'd like to thank the partners of our conference, the main partner, Google, gold partner, Microsoft, and silver partners, T-Mobile, Bank ID, and Edenred. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to welcome on stage a friend of mine, Daria Hvížďalová, a member of the management board 42 Prague, to launch our next panel on artificial intelligence. Daria, please join me on stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be the moderator of this panel on AI, and I'd like to invite my guest, Vladimír Mařík, director of the Czech Institute of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics from the Czech Technical University. Please give him a round of applause to say welcome. Thank you. Next panelist is Alžběta Solarczyk-Krausová, a research fellow from the Department of Private Law, the Institute of State and Law of the Czech Academy of Sciences. And our third panelist is Josef Holý, IT expert and co-author of the podcast Kanárci v síti, Canaries in the Net. Thank you very much for being with us today. And to start with, I'd like to ask you for a brief introduction of your field of expertise and how this is related to artificial intelligence. You can also mention the largest news, challenges, things related to AI. Mr. Mařík, yours the floor. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'd like to say that AI in the Czech Republic has been researched for more than 50 years with quite good results. Perhaps we don't realize it. That's why we launched our institute. Now we have about 300 research fellows who are engaged in primary research in AI and also applications in industry for smart cities, healthcare, etc. So we've been involved in AI for a long time. We focused on industrial applications, how to make assembly lines automatic, how to communicate with robots. We also established quite strong teams who are able to work in the GPT area. These days, GPT is dominating the news. It's a buzzword. It's everywhere. It has to do with the management of healthcare sector, government. Everybody is using the word GPT, but there are just a few people who are aware of details. There are some expectations that have been escalated by so-called experts, journalists. We may believe that we are surrounded by artificial intelligence that has conscious that we should be afraid of it. No, please, what we have today is instruments, tools, very large neuron networks, which is their benefit. They can use large computing capacity, they can easily learn. But there are many Czech people behind them, such as Tomáš Mykhailo. Google announced yesterday that they would spend more money on Bing Chat, and one of the instruments had been developed by Tomáš. Tomáš is my colleague. He could talk about it for hours. It's a tool. If we use it to amend a text, to translate something, then it's great. If we use it to process data, then it's a very risky business. So what is ahead of us? Artificial intelligence will be more and more present. The boom of the chat will slow down a bit, but it will help. It will help people who work with paper, who develop reports, spreadsheets. There it can be a great help. It can also be used in the labor market, but I'm not a specialist on that. As concerns preparedness of the Czech Republic, well, in the last 2 to 3 years, we've witnessed a decline in the budget spent on AI. There is no long-term funding available, and I am afraid that our best experts will soon start working from home, but for a very different entity, and their taxes will not be paid in the Czech Republic. So the government has to do something to support this type of research, because we need to be able to explain to people what AI is, for where we can use it, and unless we make a very fast, clear and radical step, we'll start to be lagging behind, and our experts will start working for someone else. Thank you. All these topics will be discussed during our discussion. Mrs. Krausova, a brief introduction from you. I am engaged in legal aspects of AI. I've been doing that for a long time. I started in 2006. We dealt with the rights of artificial creatures. It was almost a sci-fi topic, even for lawyers. But as you can see today, AI is a great topic, even in the legal area. When I was preparing for today's discussion, I looked up Google Trends, and I saw that the most often sought word, apart from Carlos Vémola and Czech ice hockey team, was ChatGPT, and there is an increase that equals 2,950%. In law, we've dealt with many issues related to ChatGPT. There are many issues related to privacy protection, intellectual property rights protection. The Czech Republic has recently dealt with this topic in a quite large extent. We had a huge analysis in 2018. It dealt with ethical aspects. We also set the trend in the area of international organizations. The Ministry of Industry and Trade suggested international regulation. So that was a big achievement. We now should do our best not to over-regulate artificial intelligence, but how to establish a balance between society protection and innovation. Mrs. Krausová created the first online course, a series of lectures on AI. I attended that course during the COVID pandemic and I learned a lot, so thank you for that. Mr. Holly, my name is Josef Holly. In the last 3 years, I've been doing podcast canaries in the net. I started to cover AI in the year 2010. Before neuron networks were established, I used to work in a pharmaceutical company in 2014 when big data was a buzzword. We all have been dealing with big data, and I started to be interested in ethical principles of AI. In 2014, well, the first large contact was in the context of social media. There are algorithms that are set in a particular way. It's one-cell artificial intelligence when compared to ChatGPT, GPT models and the like. But they created large social changes. They changed the way we communicate. They helped spread disinformation. And we started to think how to regulate these systems, how to look into these systems, how to deal with issues such as the freedom of speech. And it has to do with the whole sphere of disinformation. I'm glad that Mr. Mařík discussed or covered the myth. I am always disappointed by reading apocalyptic visions of numerous those that believe in the arrival of artificial intelligence that will have the potential to destroy us. No, it's not the case. It's just a tool, and I'm glad we've heard this word here, and I'm looking forward to our conference. Thank you. Before we continue with some social and legislative aspects, I'd like to say that in 2023 we witness wide appreciation of AI, but also large language models. So to start with, I'd like to ask our panelists what they think about it and what specific impacts you see in a wider adoption of large language models and GPT in particular.
I believe that the impact will be on the middle layer who work with text. It will help them with translation, with editing, searching on the web, and also presenting it in the human form better than today, and the tools will be available to the general public. Everybody at home can try it. and that will move the efficiency of work in administration, state administration. It will improve the efficiency of work and of students. These will be major changes, and also there'll be a major change in the mindset, and we should explain that it is a tool, that it can help, but there are limits. Doctors cannot actually rely on ChatGPT to treat patients instead of them. I wouldn't want that. It is a technology that is 55 years old in the Czech Republic. The first experiments were conducted in 1967. Only the means are new today. And education, that's something that we need to offer to people, to explain what is it all about so that they are not afraid of AI, so they take the tools and make their work more efficient in order to have more free time. I would like to add and perhaps expand it. We talk about GPT, that's the large language model, but the technology behind this model or this service is or allows you to look at many other data as such as a language. So we'll have multimodal models. So we will not only work with text, but also with video. The machines are able to generate images, videos, so they become a multimodal. So the impact on work and on the society, first of all, it is a general purpose technology. There is agreement on that. We can imagine it as a sort of basic technology that will impact a wide range of activities. There'll be new businesses, new business models appearing. It is definitely an information technology, and it is a tool, I repeat that. But it is a tool how to work with data. So if you work, and many of us work in office professions or in the knowledge industry or creative industry. So if you use a computer for your work, we can say, but we do not know how quickly, that this technology will impact you. It doesn't mean that you will lose your job, but the job will change. And also, I would like to add one more model that we should look at. You could get an idea from media that half of corporate world and graphic designers will lose their job, but it's not the case. When you look at the adoption curves of new technologies in general, there is an absorption capacity of the business and of the society, and it takes time. And how come we cannot all start using ChatGPT? First of all, we need to find out what are they good for, and also we need to change business processes in the companies. We talked about digitization. The problem of digitization is not the technology, but the way of thinking, the way of organizing work, and it will have to change. And that will mean problems. Some segments of the population will not be able to adapt. And also organization changes. When I talked about big data, these are the initiatives that already take place in huge corporations or state institutions. So we are at the beginning of a long journey, and we'll all have to participate in it. So I will follow up on your multimodal models and adoption by the business. As I watch AI long term, there is a website, aitools.ai, and you can look at the summary of the newest services based on AI available. It's not only about processing texts, but also video, images, music, etc. We have models that actually transform text into videos or text into presentations. And as I follow the Czech business and the global business, I can see that many businesses want to actually catch this GPT, ChatGPT, and other large language models wave. And they jump in, they develop new services, new products. They want to use this wave. Unfortunately, it is done in an irresponsible way when the companies do not take into account the consequences of their adopting of models and integrating them into their services. There are services in the Czech Republic that start providing marketing texts. Companies are registered in the UK, for example, in order to avoid the future EU legislation, but they will not avoid it. And if you look at how they work with the models, you will find out that the company that will use the model will not have a problem, but in the future they might face difficulties with actually questions asked by their users. What is the copyright protection? Yes, no, not all graphic designers will lose their jobs, but companies will appreciate more human work because that will be protected by copyright. Companies will also deal with issues of accountability. When you pay for a service that will generate marketing texts, you will want to have individual and original results, but the company cannot guarantee that. Often they do not have to provide a transparent overview of you have generated. And if you are sued that you misuse texts of other companies that generated these texts using the same services, you will have no evidence and proof. So the services and models of AI change the business, unfortunately, in a way that companies do not think about consequences, how they adopt the models, how they send personal data to third countries. And I'm afraid that they will be surprised in the future, as it will not concern only future legislation, but the existing legislation and the fact that companies disregard all these legal issues. Thank you very much. So AI doesn't take away jobs from us, but helps us with certain tasks. But we would all agree that there will be consequences for the labor market. If you are to list the biggest impact on the labor market and what we can do, or who should be the authority that should do something about it, what is your opinion? I can base my answer only on studies by Goldman Sachs or some economic forums. We talk about 300,000 or million jobs, and that within the EU, Canada, and US. Media says that these people will be replaced by AI, but in fact it's impact. What kind of jobs? Simply speaking, when you work with symbols, information, you do synthesis of data, you create new types of information. So there will be impact on your job, definitely. How quickly, it's hard to say. Goldman Sachs authors talk about historic experience, and they say that it goes into the productivity paradox. It is done on the adoption of electricity in manufacturing processes. It's a well-known example. In 19th century, there was a steam machine. Then the innovators came saying that the steam machine will be replaced by an electricity generator. So you replaced a huge steam machine by electricity, and there was no impact, no benefits. So there was a huge disappointment. And only when the new group of innovators came, such as Henry Ford at the turn of the centuries, who understood the potential of this technology, that they do not have to have one actually a machine, but can have many machines on the floor, and every single worker can work with their own. That actually meant the adoption and the benefits. Goldman Sachs says that for 5 years we will fight with it and deal with it. Some people will lose their jobs because some of the companies will not see this technology as a potential for innovation, but as a potential for reducing costs. And then more innovative companies will come and they will find the potential, and people will again find lost jobs. So it's difficult to say what will be, but this is the only thing we can work with. When you asked about the authority, I think that the biggest authority playing the biggest role will be educational institutions, universities, secondary schools, but also primary schools. Teachers will have to start using AI, and they will have to learn how to work with it. They'll have to come up with new approaches to education, how to motivate students to use AI, and how not to misuse or abuse AI, so that we as human beings do not have everything generated by AI and lose the ability to ask additional questions and use critical thinking. That will be the authority, and that will be the key direction that we'll have to take, and that is to help people to use AI. Law will not help us. The law can tell us, okay, we have some compensation, requalification courses, but it will be educational institutions whose role will be on the rise. I fully agree. Education will play an important role. The market will manage that. 10 years ago, we were thinking whether 70,000 workers, blue-collar workers, would lose their job, and it's not the case. There are no unemployed in blue-collar positions. The market can be set correctly if people know what is it all about, how to use these tools, and also where the danger lies. So the role of the state should be in education, supporting education, and also pointing out at risks and dangers, and then taking legislative steps. The rest will be set up independently. I would agree, and I would add, when talking about social media, that was the prototype huge AI. When we talk about the fake news, disinformation, or media literacy, that is needed, and we'll still do not have it. We started talking about it in 2000, for example, in Estonia, and their resilience is much better. So we have the lesson learned here. None of the previous governments, all of them actually, disregarded education in the area of functional literacy as priority. And that will be the key capability, the key skill in the world where AI is everywhere around us. If I may, social media, this is an interesting area, as they've been forming us or shaping us for 10 years. And tools that are now actually open to public were used. Yesterday, Google provided 10 tools that they used internally to follow and to impact opinion. And this is the new aspect, that people should be aware of that. And I agree that all the governments declared in the past 20 years that it's important to efficiently educate people, even in AI, but the reality is totally different. And we have to make sure that these ideas are implemented at schools and in real life. Thank you. What is the situation with regulation? Are there any fines for spreading disinformation, and how should that be resolved? Well, right now we do not have an act on regulating fake news or disinformation. The situation is different in Slovakia. They do not have a special piece of legislation, but they have a legislation on cybersecurity that includes that. It does not mean that you cannot fight with disinformation. When this disinformation reaches a certain threshold of criminal law, you can actually sue for spreading disinformation, because it could be, for example, spreading of a false alarm, etc. But the situation is not easy when we talk about AI, because there is AI involved, and the question of identifying who is liable for that. But also the term disinformation is quite difficult to define, to have it clear-cut, but also flexible enough. And we also get to a tricky situation, because fighting against fake news or disinformation could become censorship that was unintended. So right now we work on the legislation in the Czech Republic. I do not know what is the phase, but what will be important will be to set clear criteria for what is disinformation, and also to set mechanisms to prevent censorship. So when we talk about switching off some disinformation webs that could be identified based on AI, we need to have mechanisms that would allow a certain entity to review this decision, to say it's not censorship, etc. So there has to be control mechanisms that would make sure that we still have the right for the freedom of speech.
Regarding the definition of disinformation, well, this is a very difficult topic. There is the gray zone that has to do with the freedom of speech and personal rights. On the other hand, in the community that works with disinformation and studies disinformation, we use a definition that is from a large Russian encyclopedia from 1952, that is, information is a false information or fake information that is spread to confuse population. And then there are those spreading mechanisms. When Vladimir Putin on the 24th of February attacked Ukraine, and CZNIC reacted by blocking 10 to 12 disinformation webs, it was a proper step, an accurate step, because the safety of the state was at stake, and no people that would have the right of free speech in our territory were involved. The thing was to make the process slow, and there is no legal framework for that. It was a temporary blocking, and that's yet another thing that will have to be tackled. But let me go back to AI. There is a lesson to be learned, one big lesson. To be able to regulate this technology and use, and I'm not talking about restrictions, but rather meaningfully adapt the technology, there must be a social agreement on the rules of using this technology. There must be cooperation with large technological platforms and those who create these technologies. And in terms of social media, there was no such cooperation. Their models, the way they function is not transparent. Apart from Twitter, Musk published an open code for Twitter. We don't have the algorithm of Facebook. It's business secret of that company. And if we start introducing similar types of technology such as language code in sectors such as medical care, education, etc., we need transparency as one of the basic principles. We cannot use anything that was developed by some guys in Silicon Valley, and we are not supposed to give it to our children to work with. Well, the definition of disinformation is included in the code of the European Commission, but what you are saying now about algorithms, I fully agree. AI and its transparency is the key. AI Act will need to be amended. It will have to include a comprehensive set of data used for learning. EU legislation needs to protect business secret, but the user will have the right to know, to be aware of the logic of the whole system, and will be able to switch off that system, thus having a control over the whole system. Are we talking about the Digital Services Act? Yes, it's good. It's good, but it took us almost 10 years before we realized the negative consequences of the whole system. So it took us 10 years, and the European Union is the first at a global level, apart from China, that starts to regulate the whole system. It's very difficult, very complicated. There are obviously interests of lobbyists who are also involved. Well, the key is who will own the knowledge base, and who will have the approach to them or access to them, because without knowing that, we'll not be able to identify disinformation. And also we will have to check the number of use of models. If you use some data for learning for many times, you can deform the whole model. Unless the knowledge models are publicly accessible, then people from the industry, for example, will be afraid to use any of their data. Same with physicians, for example. If I provide a data, then I'm losing my own asset, and my asset should be well protected. So the thing is protection on the one side and the opening of the models on the other side. And I don't know if the EU will be successful, because all those models are located outside of its territory. We will have to start using AI for our national assets. It's very important, in my opinion. We can see ChatGPT, then Google, Anthropic, Stability AI. Some of them use open source, thanks God. But for the state administration, the way will be as follows. We are not here to use large models of those companies. We should strive to educate our own AI for our education, for our healthcare sector. If you have a school with an alternative way of teaching, it can train the model to suit its education methods, to speak their own language, the language that they use. And same for industry. You will all know the series, Czech series, Návštěvníci. They have the central brain of humankind. Well, we don't want to be that central brain. We want to have democratic society that will be diverse, and we need diverse artificial intelligence. So particular businesses, units, organizations should be able to adapt this technology rather than having one large unit, as it was the case in social media. Would you like to react to that? Yes. We will definitely start training our own models using our own data. When I use ChatGPT, all of a sudden it can be forbidden, such as was the case in Italy. I am a consultant, and I can see that there is emphasis on smaller language models. People try to get data from their own sources. They are interested in web scraping. So also in terms of responsibility or accountability and having control over this, this trend will prevail. Thank you. This is nicely connected to my next question. We hear that there is a fight between the US and China in terms of AI. What is the role of Europe? What kind of challenges does EU face in terms of regulating AI when compared to other countries? Well, I personally dislike this narrative promoted by Facebook and other giants. Let us work, we are here to do it for you. Well, their track record is not that good. They claim that they are our own wall against China in the 21st century, but we should be aware of certain aspects. Yes, we want companies to have access to technologies, to have quality people who will help them adapt technologies. The government needs to help people with requalification. That's good. That's one level. We need to be competitive with China, clearly, because China will adapt all technologies. But on the other hand, we should observe our social context, our own system that is fundamentally different from China. China is a totalitarian communist regime, depressing minorities, forbidding social media. They have their own version of TikTok, for example, and we don't want to compete with them. We don't want to have everything automatic and under the supervision of the big brother. That's not something that an open democratic society would like to have. That's something that suits a communist country that wants to control the whole society. So this type of competition is not needed. Yes, we do need to adapt, we need to innovate, but the social impacts should be used to promote democracy rather than weakening it. To me, it's very interesting to follow this regulatory fight or battle among giant powers. I was appalled by a declaration of India. We tend to forget India. We repeat, okay, Europe, US, divided or not, but Apart from China, there are yet another superpowers, such as India. India, for example, will not regulate large language models. They have a huge population and they want to get as much as possible from that. So they will act as a Wild West. China, on the other hand, has been regulating these large models very strictly. They decided to extremely regulate all large models arriving from abroad. This is because China does not want information from the outside that could affect its political environment. The thing is, these tools can be used for propaganda. If trained at a particular culture and used by a different culture, then they can be used to influence society. Europe should now ask, will that work without the United States, or will we be better off when working in cooperation with the US? We debated possibilities of cooperation at one large conference, and the US has been developing regulation. They want to be responsible. So we share many points in terms of data processing, basic principles, ethics. So in my opinion, it would be good to work in cooperation with them. We will have to find a compromise to retain something exceptional for us too.
I think that the US and China are where they are. Europe is somewhere in the middle, but Europe is sort of standing still. It should have already made a decision. Yes, we are not going to cooperate with China. With US, yes, but what specific areas of cooperation are there? What we want to keep for ourselves. We need to discuss the models that should stay in Europe or in individual countries. And Europe is truly standing still, not moving. And we should not be driven by the US or by US models. But our approach should be creative, and we should contribute to development of these models, to keep our systems and to cooperate on an open basis with the American models. I leave out the Chinese models. So let's give the EU a slight kick so that it starts thinking about what it could do in order to contribute to the large language models. Thank you. I have a couple of questions from the audience. I just want to remind you, you can go to Slido and send your questions. What do you think about different approaches to the code, open code or closed code? And also, would it be possible to unify it, or shall we always face these two different approaches to the source code? The regulation, well, I'll start. I think that we will not unify it, and it's good not to unify it. We'll have open models, closed models. We'll keep the market some freedom. Well, for open models have advantage that they could be audited, they are transparent, everybody could check them, they should be of higher quality. But on the other hand, the closed system, as for transparency and regulation, it is expected that these systems will be audited in a closed way. So in case of any suspicion that there are discriminatory effects or that the law is breached, a closed audit should be carried out. So experts should look at it and they'll have time to make a decision. So there are ways how to look into these systems without affecting the choice of the entity to have a closed system and to protect their investment. So there are different business models and we should be ready for all of them. Yes, we have experience with type of regulation. For example, pharmacy industry. There is also IP area protected, but it still can be audited by the very last pill, including comprehensive clinical tests that are carried out globally. So we are able to audit comprehensive services and products. That is true. And as for open source, it is in our interest, if that is the general use technology, to be adopted, not to have it captured by the big players, because that would lead to power centralization. Definitely there will be a mix of open source and closed source models. And I see the potential in open source models because communities, schools, think tanks, theoretically would be able to have their own secure audited system, which is perhaps not as good as GDPT, but it is better trained for their own domain. The general nature, there is the danger. If there is an analogy from the past, perhaps not. The large system has something like emergent properties or functionalities, so it can do something no one thought about. And when we give it to people, people actually found out that it comes up with its own language, or to manipulate you, or to create a new religion, or give you a recipe how to create a dangerous toxic substance, etc. And I'm not quite sure how to regulate that, because you can do an impact analysis, you can give evidence to the regulator, it's a language model, it behaves in a democratic way, etc., etc. Then you give it to people, and suddenly the model can do things that didn't come to your mind. And what to do next? You set up the risk management that is included in the AI Act. You'll have a person who will test it, will follow comments of persons. Perhaps you have noticed Dan příkaz was in ChatGPT, which is do anything now, so the users could use instructions to bypass the ethics of the system. The system would then answer unethically, and the system panicked. But OpenAI came up with a way how to stop that. So there would have to be constant monitoring, and that requires transparency and cooperation and the ability to be audited. Any AI system is efficient where it was trained in the narrow area. If it goes to a side, then the damage is much higher than if a person makes a mistake, because there is no sort of common sense control, and it is replaced by monitoring. What it means? Well, let's go back to the labor market. It's similar to what has happened during Industry 4.0. People will switch from manufacturing operations to supervisory positions, or an operator who watches over what is done. And many people will switch from these professions, and they will become controllers, or what is done on social media, and the market will find its balance. And the last question from me, and then we'll have questions from the audience. Now I want to talk about the Czech Republic for a while. What are the specifics of AI development in the Czech Republic, and how is it impacted by the current strategy and legislation? First of all, I want to say that as far as R&D is concerned, based on the latest information from AI Czechia, we have over 1,000 researchers, 500 PhD students. They do the core research, and their results are very good, comparable at the European level when we talk about the language models or deep learning or robotics and others. Objectively, we are at the top level within Europe. However, these researchers are more and more often paid from money not coming from the Czech Republic, and long-term state funding has almost disappeared. And I see that these persons, there is a danger that these persons will start working for foreign companies outside of the Czech Republic, and what we have invested into this intellectual potential will disappear or will go against us. And people do not realize that. Look at it. There are 104 national centers funded from the state budget. How many of them work with AI? Not a single one. How many work with cybersecurity? Not a single one. So there must be something wrong with the implementation of the national strategy of AI. And AI Czechia is ringing the bell saying there's something that needs to be done. Yesterday, our institute was approached by Amazon and doing interviews with our top specialists. What can I offer them? Long-term perspective, good working conditions. When I say, well, you have money for half a year and then we'll see, well, they will perhaps not stay. So right now, our condition is very good. We have good infrastructure. We have very good scientific base, but it can disappear quickly if no actions are taken. That's all I want to and can say. I would like to add that it is not a problem only in the Czech Republic, but in the whole of Europe and also in the USA. The academic research, the researchers actually went to work for large companies. The core research is done by those large companies. Am I right? Well, large companies that look for cooperation with the universities and leave the people at the universities if the people are happy at the university. It is not true that Europe is not doing anything. Look at Bulgaria. They did a center. They subsidized it with $100 million for 10 years. I'm not talking about Germany or Austria. They built huge institutions that would work on interaction between a human being and a machine. So Europe is seeing it. We are the very last. And I'm open here and I'm aware of saying it publicly, but we need to do something about it. We used to have a Cyber National Center that was funded by the Technical Agency of the Czech Republic. It got funding for 4 years, and within 1 year, in December 2022, the center was dissolved. And 104 people started working for foreign companies, some fortunately for European projects. And these were people who worked at the top European level. And we do it because the process of evaluation in the State Technology Agency is that they do not care what they support, how they distribute or allocate money. So either we want to achieve something and support AI, or let's forget it and just lag behind. The state needs to make a decision, and it needs to make the decision now, quickly. The community is breaking down. We have a question: how is the Czech Republic going to fund training and development of AI? Yes, I think that we could forward this question to the next channel. And now I want to ask how the media literacy should be developed in the older generation. Is it planned, or is it related only to the younger generation? So how to develop media literacy? Well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about those people who have already retired? I guess it's up to the NGO and also supporting universities of the third generation. And the question is how many will participate in such projects. It is quite efficient to work with senior homes via NGP such as Elpida and others that focus on education in this area. Definitely, we need to have a concept on educating younger generations, because this is the generation that will be productive in 30, 40 years, and they have to be ready for the new world. It will not be that different from what we have today, but we need to change the educational process. I know about an NGO, AI for Children, and they develop actually programs how to include AI in, for example, history lessons. And NGO has unfortunately become an enemy of the state for part of the political representation. So it needs to involve NGO and also business and state. If we want people to adapt to the changes, there are mechanisms that the state must allow companies to create or to purchase requalification programs if there is a huge change, a huge transition. The question is how big it is going to be, how quick.
I agree with what you've said about the NGO sector. It'll be its great role as well as a task for universities, but I can see many projects supporting this project. We at the Institute of State and the Law, we've been cooperating with several partners. It's covered by Norwegian funds, and we try to come up with education and research among digitally excluded people, senior citizens, etc. What you've said about educating younger education is something that I find very interesting. When I speak to, let's say, my father or grandma, someone from my family, the information often comes from me, including a warning. There are cyber attacks. Using AI, somebody can modulate your voice. So that's something I need to inform my parents about. And this information must come from someone whom they trust, such as younger members of their families. So please do not focus on the senior citizens only, but also motivate young people to help their senior family members. Yes, we are referring to something that is called cognitive safety. We try to protect ourselves and other partners against phishing, for example, and similar cyber attacks. And we are starting to understand or be aware of the fact that you are not here to protect yourself only, but also other people, your uncle, your grandma. You can have an uncle living in a parallel reality created for him by, for example, Russian disinformation websites. And it's not because your uncle is a stupid person. That's because he's alone. Maybe there are no other people around him. But when there is a functioning family, then the level of protection is much bigger, and this also should be supported. I'd like to recognize the voluntary and visionary work of the Institute of Law and State Institute of Philosophy, similar institutions that are dealing with this. They use Norway grants, and that's something that the state should support and spend money on. I am a technical person. We can move robots around, but very often it's necessary to have things explained from the legal, philosophical, ethical viewpoint, and users should definitely be trained. The population should be trained, and it must be done in a systemic way rather than having a center established that would get some money and would warn us a little bit. No, this must be a systemic project. Thank you, Mr. Holly. Would you like to add something to that? No. All right. To conclude on a positive note, let me ask you about new labor work opportunities, job opportunities created based on the active implementation of AI in all sorts of sectors. Prompt engineering. I don't know whether you have heard about it. It's one of the most often advertised functions or positions in the US. It was covered by the media. One company offered a yearly wage of $360,000 US. Prompt engineering deals with the proper way of asking AI. As Professor said, we need to train people how to work with AI, how to deal with AI, and it's exactly that point. People who are able to work with AI at all types of level, at the level of regular operations, supervision, etc. I heard wise words. People will not be replaced by AI, but people who do not use AI will be replaced by those who do use AI. Allow me one more provocative viewpoint. Machines, thanks to large language models, start to be able to talk, to speak, and hopefully we will see interconnection of AI with philosophy, ethics, sociology. They've used AI for writing essays in the Word format. The way of working with information differs from natural sciences, where we compute statistical models or create robots, and there's a huge potential to get these sectors, these branches interconnected. If we want to use a large language model, then it cannot be done by IT guys themselves. That must be done by people from different sectors. So the announcement by some politicians that the humanities are useless, that people who study humanities will not be able to find a job, will no longer apply, because the prompt engineering is exactly that you are able to generate a need, put it in a context, and find the information that you want from that huge amount of words. Yes, there are some techniques used from programming, but to establish how a large model deals with ethics and similar things, that must be done by people who graduated from humanities. Yes, AI should serve people. That's why humanities will have to play their role to make technology comprehensible to people so that they are able to enjoy it. So that's correct. We keep talking about AI as if we had LGBT only, but there is AI used by industrial lines. It's been in place for 10 years and it helps release people's hands towards more creative tasks. People have more time to improve the system. Engineers start to think 2 steps forward. They start to come up with new things, innovations, and there's a large potential for the Czech Republic. New things, new products to be placed on the European market, and that's the potential. I'd like to thank our panelists. I'd like to thank you for your questions. I hope you found this discussion useful, and I will give the floor back to Sarah. Thank you very much. You are perfect on time. We'll be able to leave for lunch earlier. I'd like to thank Vladimír, Alžběta, and Josef. Thank you very much. I'm very glad we heard the word humanities. We heard that funding is not sufficient. I'm an archaeologist, so there's no need to go into further detail. So as you can see, even experts consider humanities important. That's very good. That's something that we've been working with in our study group. It was also great to hear the name of Tomáš Mykhailo, a person that defeats me in all card online games that we play, and the large language models. We hear that he was one of the persons who stood behind those large models. Allow me once again to thank our partners, Google. In the adjacent room, there's a fantastic exhibition. You can see friends from IQlandia. There is an avatar that you can see. There's a Q&A session from Max Luft from Google, so you can also talk to him. I'd like to thank our gold partner, Microsoft, and silver partner, Bank ID Microsoft. And now we will have lunch. Please enjoy your lunch. Enjoy some refreshments. Those of you who are online can have a sandwich or something like that. Get refreshed because there is the second part of our conference ahead of us, and we shall have a VIP discussion on the impact of modern technology on mental health. So thank you for staying with us, and at 10 to 2 we shall reconvene. Thank you.
Přicházíme tak o značnou část talentů na trhu práce, o konkurenceschopnost a obrovský ekonomický potenciál v naší zemi. A ženy, ty se připravují o možnost tvořit digitální budoucnost. I proto jsme v roce 2014 založili organizaci Čekitas s krásnou vizí vzdělávat a zaměstnávat ženy v informačních technologiích. Protože práce, tak jak ji známe dnes, se nám mění pod rukama a bez digitálních dovedností se dnes neobejde vůbec nikdo. Díky našemu vlajkovému rekvalifikačnímu kurzu Digitální akademie jsme vybavili už tisíce žen odbornými znalostmi v oblasti IT a pomohli se jim sebevědomě uplatit v oboru. Už od roku 2016, od první akademie, spolupracujeme s českou pobočkou Google na mnoha projektech. Dnes třeba spolu distribuujeme stipendia na kariérní certifikáty v tolik žádaných oborech, jako je UX design nebo datová analytika.
Мене звати Вероніка, я науковець. Я народилася і виросла в Україні, але переїхала до Польщі, щоб вивчати хімію в місті Кракові. Більше 10 років тому я почала працювати в Празі, в Чеській академії наук. В якийсь момент Я почала відчувати, що ці нові методи, які ми розробили, ніколи не будуть реалізовані у великих масштабах. І, ймовірно, всі наші публікації, всі наші патенти назавжди залишаться на папері. Крім того, я хотіла використати ті знання, які отримала під час попередньої наукової роботи. Сертифікат Google Career Certificate був одним із речей, які допомогли мене знайти себе заново. Це все дуже допомогло мені, коли я вирішила подати заявку на роботу в велику IT-компанію. Я дуже зраділа, коли вже наступного дня мені перезвонили, щоб домовитися про термін співбесіди. Google Career Certificate, безумовно, був для мене дуже важливим фактором для отримання цієї цікавої та затребуваної професії на ринку праці. Зараз я працюю з платформами на основі штучного інтелекту, які допомагають компаніям оцифровувати свої процеси. Ще один великий проєкт, в якому я беру участь, це чат-бот, який ми робимо у співпраці з Посольством України. Моє професійне життя повністю змінилося. Я радію цьому, тому що тепер я можу бачити результати своєї праці, а також допомагати людям.
Zájem o technologie a chuť se neustále učit patří mezi klíčové předpoklady k úspěchu na trhu práce. I proto rozšiřujeme nabídku stipendií ke kariérním certifikátům od Google v kybernetické bezpečnosti. Přidejte se k nám v celoživotní cestě ke vzdělávání už dnes.
Я думаю, что наша страна находится в стадии войны, поэтому мы можем много что рассказать общественности, мировой общественности и показать все-таки лицо кибервойны.
A global cyber attack.
We've never seen anything on this scale.
It can travel from computer to computer.
Hospitals paralyzed, computers had shut down.
WannaCry is different. I think WannaCry is a great example of how nation states are impacting businesses and ultimately individuals as well.
We had over 19,000 appointments cancelled, and those are people who are worried about their cancer appointment or their appointment for an operation.
I was diagnosed with a heart murmur, which was the start of the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's a very serious surgery. Wanted my life back. After I'd had my chest shaved at 6 o'clock in the morning, the doctor looked very, not upset, but concerned, shall we say, and he said, we've been hacked, all our systems are down across the whole hospital.
He telephoned me, obviously, and said, it's not going to happen, and he was in shock.
Suddenly we've discovered that a bit of our society, a bit of our social infrastructure could be switched off. WannaCry, it was a kind of a warning shot.
The malware crippled computers across Ukraine.
Perhaps the most sophisticated in a series of attacks, taking control of computers and demanding digital ransom. The list of companies impacted around the world is growing.
I think what NotPetya represents is not just the evolution of the attack in terms of the methodologies involved, but also the evolution of intent.
Ну, чтобы понимать, что за 2,5 часа, в 10 часов утра, пол Украины уже было поражено.
We have TV stations who've been on the air when their computers just died.
You cannot receive cash in ATM machine because ATMs also doesn't work. It was a real shock for Kyiv citizens.
75% of my clients were affected by Petya. Some companies were destroyed totally. They didn't understand why they're losing their job. Everybody is just thinking, we hope this will never happen again, but I'm afraid this will happen again.
One of the objectives in the cyber attacks we face is disruption. To stop operating, to create significant burden to the life of citizens, governments, businesses, where the cost of doing business or recovering is extremely high.
In 2017, a lot was the same. Cyber attacks were happening, they were affecting organizations. What changed was the impact on our lives.
It was the most awful time because I didn't know what was going to happen now.
Stop and think about what it means in real terms to real people. It isn't a machine you're affecting, and if it is, maybe that machine's keeping somebody alive.
Ultimately, all of us pay the price when it comes to nations in particular who are attacking each other by using us as the means. What are we doing to come together? If we don't have this conversation now, when it happens and we all retreat behind walls, that is when this becomes a catastrophic event globally. And we need to do everything we can to at least talk about these issues before it happens.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o tom, o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani je neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně za to systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím si, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, které by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, který potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na ty dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i zefektivnění jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
Digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move and it's great to be here at the conference today. In that regard, here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, je důležitá, zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformaci. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je téměř jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a k vyššímu blahobytu v naší zemi.
Digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň. tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
Já myslím, že to je důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré. Já zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům. A máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of transatlantic partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po páté, avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
Českou republiku je samozřejmě členství Evropské unii a v NATO zásadní. Není vůbec na místě debata, že bychom tyto aliance opouštěli a naopak musíme být aktivnější a musíme přispět tomu, aby Evropa byla úspěšná.
Bezpečnostní hrozby a výzvy dnešního světa jsou příliš velké pro zemi naší velikosti a naší síly. Zajistit bezpečnost, prosperitu, stabilitu a můžeme jedině tehdy, když budeme ve spojení se zeměmi, které sdílejí stejné hodnoty jako my, tedy se zeměmi demokratického světa.
For the Czech Republic, the transatlantic relationship has been indispensable to our security and defense.
world is weird sometimes, and I think in this particular case, Russia and China are primary adversaries in ensuring that the world comes out in a better, stronger, democratic place, have focused us again, made us remember what we're really about. And so I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of the alliance.
We will come out of this very bad crisis, very unfortunate war. We will come out stronger. I think we will come out bigger, not only in the strength, but also in number-wise, with more countries.
I think the future of transatlantic relationship will now be fully defined by the challenges that are ahead of us on both sides of Atlantic, especially due to the war in Ukraine, but also economic and energy crisis.
We will have to set up a strong alliance that will include in itself security, energy security, economic security, and a better way for interaction and prosperity for everybody who thinks of themselves as democratic countries.
I believe that the future of transatlantic partnership goes through better governance models, maybe, why not, even institutionalizing transatlantic relations.
In today's world of new media, distinguishing real information from disinformation is often very difficult. In the past, the source of information was primarily television or print media, but in the last few years, many new types of media have emerged, and with them, the amount of information in the media space. Social networks in particular have become very popular. They have brought us many benefits, but also many risks, such as dangerous disinformation and fake news articles. Once you read them, you may think that no one can actually believe them. Claims about planes spraying COVID-19 virus aerosol in the air and many other conspiracy theories only reinforce the absurdity of these fake news articles. Despite this, there are many individuals who believe these articles and who share them among their peers without checking the source of such information. It's spread mostly via email, WhatsApp, Instagram or Facebook. Some users read this type of message and share it even further. Not everyone acts in the same way though. Some people dispute the logic of these articles, and they start thinking about how to disprove them. These discussions are often not friendly and can sometimes lead to heated arguments, especially among family members or friends. This can quickly escalate and disrupt relationships. Still, fighting disinformation and sharing verified information is always worth it. This effort is necessary, though it may not always be successful. Some people will realize their mistake and verify the suspicious information the next time they come across it by checking the sources. The line between information and disinformation is thin, so it's important to always be on your guard. Our children are the most important people in our lives, and their safety is our biggest concern. For many parents, internet safety has always meant telling their children to avoid giving out their personal information and talking to strangers online. But as their children grow, they know much more about technology than their parents, who may assume their children also know the dangers of the internet better. It is not just adults who are vulnerable to malicious information. The risk is even higher with children, as they haven't had the chance to learn how the world around them works yet. It can be shocking if your child starts making rude, stereotypical comments seemingly out of nowhere. Talk to them. Maybe they have online friends with harmful beliefs who introduced those beliefs to your child through YouTube channels or online platforms. These accounts are not just online. Many have been linked to violent groups in the past. Young children may not even understand what they are sharing, but might be inclined to do so, especially if their friends do it too. It is also important to educate your children on how to recognize disinformation before false, malicious beliefs take hold. Keeping your children safe from harmful people and harmful information online is the best way to protect both them and the world around them. With the rise of the internet as a widespread, permanent database, many adults seem to have accepted that their personal information is online and thus have become less cautious about what they post and to whom they talk online. Meet Iona. She works at a marketing firm and doesn't think too much about posting about her weekend, including a picture of her in front of her apartment building. The next month, she meets Tom online. After a few weeks of online chatting, she decides she doesn't want to continue the relationship. Though Tom was quite friendly during their conversations, he is very angry that Iona doesn't want to go out with him. He remembers a conversation in which Iona told him the name of her town and searches her social media until he finds the picture of her building. Using this information, her email and phone number, both of which are on her company's website, he pays a few euros to a website that gives him Iona's address. He goes to Iona's building to talk, but leaves after she threatens to call the police. Luckily, Tom was not violent, but Iona realizes she could have been in significant danger. Later that week, she talked to her friend Isaac, who revealed that something similar happened to him when an acquaintance stalked him online to try and sell him something. Both Iona and Isaac resolved to delete certain things on their social media that could reveal personal information and be more careful about what they say online.
Česká republika patří v Evropské unii mezi země s nejnižším zastoupením žen v informačních technologiích. Přicházíme tak o značnou část talentů na trhu práce, o konkurenceschopnost a obrovský ekonomický potenciál v naší zemi. A ženy, ty se připravují o možnost tvořit digitální budoucnost. I proto jsme v roce 2014 založili organizaci Čekitas s krásnou vizí vzdělávat a zaměstnávat ženy v informačních technologiích. Protože práce, tak jak ji známe dnes, se nám mění pod rukama a bez digitálních dovedností se dnes neobejde vůbec nikdo. Díky našemu vlajkovému rekvalifikačnímu kurzu Digitální akademie jsme vybavili už tisíce žen odbornými znalostmi v oblasti IT a pomohli se jim sebevědomě uplatit v oboru. Už od roku 2016, od první akademie, spolupracujeme s českou pobočkou Google na mnoha projektech. Dnes třeba spolu distribuujeme stipendia na kariérní certifikáty v tolik žádaných oborech, jako je UX design nebo datová analytika.
Мене звати Вероніка, я науковець. Я народилася і виросла в Україні, але переїхала до Польщі, щоб вивчати хімію в місті Кракові. Більше 10 років тому я почала працювати в Празі, в Чеській академії наук. В якийсь момент я почала відчувати, що ці нові методи, які ми розробили, ніколи не будуть реалізовані у великих масштабах. І, ймовірно, всі наші публікації, всі наші патенти назавжди залишаться на папері. Крім того, я хотіла використати ті знання, які отримала під час попередньої наукової роботи. Сертифікат Google Career Certificate був одним із речей, які допомогли мене знайти себе заново. Це все дуже допомогло мені, коли я вирішила подати заявку на роботу в велику IT-компанію. Я дуже зраділа, коли вже наступного дня мені перезвонили, щоб домовитися про термін співбесіди. Google Career Certificate, безумовно, був для мене дуже важливим фактором для отримання цієї цікавої та затребуваної професії на ринку праці. Зараз я працюю з платформами на основі штучного інтелекту, які допомагають компаніям оцифровувати свої процеси. Ще один великий проєкт, в якому я беру участь, це чат-бот, який ми робимо у співпраці з посольством України. Моє професійне життя повністю змінилося. Я радію цьому, тому що тепер я можу бачити результати своєї праці, а також допомагати людям.
Zájem o technologie a chuť se neustále učit patří mezi klíčové předpoklady k úspěchu na trhu práce. I proto rozšiřujeme nabídku stipendií ke kariérním certifikátům od Google v kybernetické bezpečnosti. Přidejte se k nám v celoživotní cestě ke vzdělávání už dnes.
Я думаю, что наша страна находится в стадии войны, поэтому мы можем много что рассказать общественности, мировой общественности и показать все-таки лицо кибервойны.
A global cyber attack.
We've never seen anything on this scale.
It can travel from computer to computer.
Hospitals paralyzed, computers had shut down.
WannaCry is different.
I think WannaCry is a great example of how nation states are impacting businesses and ultimately individuals as well.
We had over 19,000 appointments cancelled, and those are people who are worried about their cancer appointment or their appointment for an operation.
I was diagnosed with a heart murmur, which was the start of the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's a very serious surgery. Wanted my life back. After I'd had my chest shaved at 6 o'clock in the morning, the doctor looked very, not upset, but concerned, shall we say, and he said, we've been hacked, all our systems are down across the whole hospital.
He telephoned me, obviously, and said, it's not going to happen, and he was in shock.
Suddenly we discovered that a bit of our society, a bit of our social infrastructure could be switched off. WannaCry, it was a kind of a warning shot.
The malware crippled computers across Ukraine.
Perhaps the most sophisticated in a series of attacks, taking control of computers and demanding digital ransom. The list of companies impacted around the world is growing.
I think what NotPetya represents is not just the evolution of the attack in terms of the methodologies involved, but also the evolution of intent.
Ну, чтобы понимать, что за 2,5 часа, 10 часов утра, пол Украины уже было поражено.
We have TV stations who've been on the air when their computers just died.
You cannot receive cash in ATM machine because ATMs also doesn't work. It was a real shock for Kyiv citizens.
75% of my clients were affected by Petya. Some companies were destroyed totally. They didn't understand why they're losing their job. Everybody is just thinking, we hope this will never happen again, but I'm afraid this will happen again.
One of the objectives in the cyber attacks we face is disruption. To stop operating, to create significant burden to the life of citizens, governments, businesses, where the cost of doing business or recovering is extremely high.
In 2017, a lot was the same. Cyber attacks were happening, they were affecting organisations. What changed was the impact on our lives.
It was the most awful time because I didn't know what was going to happen now.
Stop and think about what it means in real terms to real people. It isn't a machine you're affecting, and if it is, maybe that machine's keeping somebody alive.
Ultimately, all of us pay the price when it comes to nations in particular who are attacking each other by using us as the means. What are we doing to come together? If we don't have this conversation now, when it happens and we all retreat behind walls, that is when this becomes a catastrophic event globally. And we need to do everything we can to at least talk about these issues before it happens.
nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko, a tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o tom, o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, tady je to součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun, krůček po krůčku, právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně za to systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, vždycky jde správným směrem a myslím si, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď
do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace, stejně jako environmentální, je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
Digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move, and it's great to be here at the conference today. In that regard, here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference Digitální Česko
firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a vyšším blahobytu v naší zemi.
Digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni, a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
Dámy a pánové, ručička se nám pomalu překlápí do 13.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 10 to 2. That means that's the end of the lunch. And let's go back to our serious discussion. My name is Sára Polach, and I am your moderator of the 8th year of this conference, Digital Czech Republic. I have to say I was quite nostalgic as I saw the videos from the Congress Hall and also from Forum Karlín. So what have we experienced today? So there was the introduction, then we have the keynote speakers, mainly representative of the political sphere. Then we had the topic of digital economic evolution and revolution, moderated by Markéta Přenosilová. Then we heard about a buzzword that was machine learning and artificial intelligence. That was a buzzword several years ago. Then people turned to a blockchain and cryptocurrency, but then AI again became a buzzword, and that was a panel moderated by Daria Výžďalová. And the next panel is ahead of us. I also welcome all the online audience members, and now we'll have a VIP talk on the topic, the impact of modern technology on mental health.
Udělalo mi obrovskou radost.
It was a great pleasure during the last panel. Then we talked about the interdisciplinary approach and also the importance of humanities. Perhaps you have noticed that several weeks ago there was a strike of students demanding higher salaries for teachers and professors of these disciplines. I think that it is important to see what is the impact of modern technologies on human beings. So now during the VIP talk, we are going to talk about the impact on mental health. And I would like to welcome here Barbora Pšenicová and Marek Adler.
Moc vás tu vítám.
Welcome. Barbara is the director of a company Nevypusť duši, and Marek is the headmaster of the Be Open Primary School. Thank you very much for the introduction. Welcome, Barbara, who is the director of the NGO Nevypusť duši, and she's also a therapist working in the social sphere mainly. Barbara, the impact of modern technology on mental health. What comes to your mind when you hear modern technology? Well, when we were thinking about how we talk about modern technologies when we actually have in mind mental health, we do not have in mind the devices, but the whole online world, whether we talk about social media, about various apps, about networks. So the definition is quite wide. So can you see any development, like what modern technology meant when we were at primary schools, and what is it today? Well, definitely. I, of course, do not want to talk about the field that is not the field of my expertise, but definitely we use modern technologies more often. Today we are going to talk about children and the youth a lot. For them, it is more natural than it used to be for us. And what we know about this topic, is there any data available that would tell us how much we use modern technologies? Yes, we have data about what is going on among children and the youth, and we know that over 80% of children and the youth spend more time than they would want in the online environment, and that is quite a high proportion. We also know that boredom is a topic that actually pushes them into the online environment, about 60% of them. But these are data not collected by our organization, because we are not directly involved in well-being, but there are many other organizations that work in this area. So these were some figures about children and the youth and how much they need technology. Do we know also something about the adults, their parents? What is their situation? Is it similar or different? And do they actually mind how their children use technology? For us, it's important because somehow we expect that children need support by the adults in order to somehow swim in the environment, in order to somehow use it in a healthy way. And we know that over 80 or 85% of children and the youth say that their parents are not interested in the online environment, in the communication, in what they like about the online environment, that is their children, what they like. We did a survey in cooperation with T-Mobile. T-Mobile is our partner. And we did a survey among adults, and it was surprising to see that a majority of the persons filling out the survey said that it's not alarming that children or people spend lots of time in the online environment. And they said that it's not a risk, although we know that there is a link with mental well-being. So is it because the parents do not mind? They do not see that the online environment cannot be monitored that much. Well, they do not know what is going on in the online environment. We perhaps know what are the threats, what are the risks. We often talk about them, but often we just cannot imagine what the children and the youth do there and what they come across. I think that we do not ask enough about it. It is just more natural for us to ask how the school was, instead of asking during the dinner, what did you see on Instagram today? So we are now going towards the risks, the negative factors. So what are the risks that we can actually name and that we take care of? For us as an organization, these are actually moments affecting the mental well-being. We know that there is a link between spending many hours in the online environment. For example, the symptoms of anxiety or depression might increase. Also, that is true for children and the youth. But many specialists believe that the time is what is alarming. The time spent by us adults or children or the youth. We can also mention radicalized content, cyber bullying, sexting, etc. And we would be here for a long time if we were to list all of them. And all of this impact the physical health. And 25% of children and the youth during the research stated that because of internet or playing games, they resign on doing some standard activities, such as they skipped the special trainings or that they went to bed late. And of course, that has an impact on our health, as we cannot concentrate or we miss out meals. And that could have an impact also on the mental health, because the well-being will most probably decrease. When we hear all these negative factors, what actually brings us to the online environment, both as adults and children? I would think that it's the advantages of the benefits of the online environment. In case of children, it might be loneliness or sadness that they want to do something about. For them, it's a safe environment. But often we also talk about FOMO. I think that that's something that we want to be part of something in order not to miss out any piece of information. So is it difficult not to be part of it from the social perspective for children at school or for us adults at companies? Sometimes even our employers expect us to be online. It would be perhaps my personal opinion what I'm going to tell you. It is difficult not to be part of it, to be left out. It's almost impossible. And not only children and the youth at school need technology to get educated, but also we working at companies or organizations need to work with technologies in order to make our work more efficient. So that leads us to the most positive note. And that is that the technology does not only bring negative aspects, but also positive. So which positives can you name with respect to mental health? Well, we work with the online environment a lot, apart from organizing webinars, etc. Thanks to technologies, we have access to many apps, various applications that might help you with some, for example, breathing exercises, or can record your mood, and then you can deduce the periods where you were not feeling that well. At the same time, the online environment reduces the barrier for accessing care. Recently, online therapies have become a normal thing. During the COVID pandemic, we went through it together with my colleagues, and we consider it's important as it reduces the barriers for accessing care, as in certain regions access is more limited. And today you can actually find somebody who is nice, who is pleasant, and it could be somebody from a totally distant region. For people who suffer from social phobia, this could be also an option, because they do not have to travel and go to an environment where they do not feel pleasant. And the last aspect, the online environment opens up the destigmatization of mental issues. So the discussion is more intensive, it is heard better, and it could be also beneficial.
Well, things that seem to be disadvantages are benefits. Availability, permanent existence of technologies in our lives. It does not matter whether we are in Prague or in regions. Yes, clearly. If we were to discuss what we can do for ourselves, we would discuss these borders very much. When am I supposed to be online? When is it good for me? When is it not so good? This does not concern technologies. This concerns us. How much time do we spend there? For what purpose, etc. This conference deals with modern technologies and progress related to modern technologies. So what did they bring to our lives? What did change. I think modern technologies have accelerated everything, no matter whether we talk about the availability of therapy, availability of medical applications, well, almost everything, but I'm most likely not the right person to comment on that. But in my opinion, it also helped us being closer to people that I feel well-being with. Technologies help us to be with them more often. For example, to somebody who lives abroad can meet his or her parents, partners, family members more frequently. By having a video call, for example, it helped many people during the COVID pandemic. And that's something that I perceive as a huge benefit. Well, the COVID era brought a shock and fast progress in terms of learning. Even small children from the first grade needed to face their teacher online. So what did it bring to us? Well, it taught us to be in the online environment, to use it for useful purposes, but it also brings me to those negatives. We were isolated at homes, it did not promote our mental well-being, and we are now seeing the outcomes. It's quite paradoxical. We are on the internet, we've got everything at hand, and still we are talking about increasing numbers of people with social phobia. Yes, that's because we should start taking care of our mental well-being using other tools. Tools other than social media. We often discuss 7 principles of healthy mental hygiene, and only one of them concerns being disconnected from the social media world, online world. And it brings me to what we can do for ourselves, what can help us. And it has to do with the world outside of social media. Getting a good night's sleep, being outdoors. It's very important, especially for young people. But we should help ourselves first to be able to help them, the children. So we should start thinking about moments that do not take place in the online world. You are a therapist in terms of technologies. What do people mention most often? What do they want to consult with you most often? Well, young people do not come up with that topic. Adults perceive it as something that can be seen on Twitter, Instagram. Tinder, things like that also put people under pressure, and that's something that my clients often want to discuss with me. Well, we are put under pressure by those technologies. They offer endless possibilities, endless opportunities. But with respect to our children and with respect to ourselves, you mentioned certain rules. Perhaps we can give some hope to those who are viewing us that there is a way to use technology, but within certain boundaries that will make it possible to survive. Well, I mentioned some organizations dealing with mental well-being. There are many experts available, but also parents can help. You can look up some materials that will help you understand the topic. If you are a parent or an adult interacting with children, it's very important to pay attention to what your child does in the online environment. Most likely they will not tell you everything, at least at the beginning, because they understand it's something that you may find unacceptable. But you need to be patient. You need to wait for the moment when you can be useful. We adults should offer our children certain ways of how to use the environment in a beneficial way, rather than in a way that would be to the detriment to my mental health. There are some decisions to be taken and priorities promoted. We need to find out what's useful and not useful for us, such as the fact that you are not expected to use your smartphone 40 minutes before you go to bed, not to use your notifications, how long do you sleep, whether you go for a walk. When I ask people, they very often don't do that. So perhaps we should start looking around us, starting to engage in real life activities. Your organization is very active at schools. You promote mental health at schools. In terms of prevention, what would be the useful way that would help both children and adults, that would help them care for their mental health? Well, we help people notice certain warning signals. They should be able to notice them and also help notice these signals to other people. And perhaps they are not able to help, they are not able to support their loved ones, and then they should help start cooperation with an expert. When we think of mental disorders, we often imagine a psychiatrist, but it's not the case. There are many other shades in between, and people should be aware of that. So you basically engage in prevention rather than intervention when there is a real problem. Yes, our organization helps prevent risks and threats. We do not extinguish large fires, so to speak. We want people to prevent problems, prevent issues. Is there any other organization helping people in this way? If I want to look up further details, where am I expected to go? Good question. The Nepanikash organization is a very nice organization. There's also a register of social services. It's rather difficult to navigate through that, but there are many organizations dealing with mental health issues. Some of them work with children, some of them with parents, and they offer safe space for working with these topics, be it mental health or other things. In Prague, there's the Center of Social Services, there's the Kaleidoscope organization. They all deal with their specific fields of expertise. Thank you, Bara, for your contribution. And if we were to say one sentence for adults or parents, what should they remember from our conversation? I insist that we should keep asking our children and listen to what they have to say, and it would make our life much easier. Thank you for your reply. I thank you for having me.
Já moc děkuju, Barbore.
Thank you very much. Thanks go to Barbara Pšenicová and Marek Adler for their wonderful VIP talk. My mom is a therapist, so I truly appreciated some of your answers. I've just come back from the US, and their approach to technologies and business is also part of personal development. And I'm not talking about motivation, but the founders and technologies also focus on their mental health, and it's taken as part of their work. So I just wanted to support you in that. Do not be afraid, do not be ashamed, but also take care of your mental health. But now something that is interesting also for me, and it is the panel under the title The Erosion of Democratic Society in the Online Space. In our research group, we actually simulate the plateau community and see how people behave under various pressures, so how such a democracy as described by Plato looks like. And this is a topic that will be also discussed by our speakers, including Ondřej Malý, who is the moderator. So please join me on stage. Ondřej, the floor is yours. I do apologize. I do not have a chair. No, I do actually. It's good. I understand how it works. Good afternoon. My name is Ondřej Malý, and I will be moderating this discussion on the erosion of democratic society in the online space, which is perhaps a slightly different title of disinformation. This is the topic we are going to talk about. I would like to welcome Dominika Hajdu, who is joining us via the online environment. She's the stream director of Democracy and Resilience of Globsec in Slovakia. So she researches information operations. Then we have a guest from abroad, Dave Leichtman, Director of Corporate Citizenship from Microsoft. Welcome, Dave. Then we have my colleague from the Hospodářské noviny Daily, now the chairman of the board of the Institute for Politics and Society, our organizer, Honza Macháček, welcome, and Jakub Horák, who is the marketing specialist and author of several political campaigns and one of the top marketing specialists in the Czech Republic. I would perhaps introduce the panel. What are we talking about? Often I meet with the fact that it's difficult to define misinformation. That's true, but fortunately we have the Ministry of the Interior, and it says it's the spreading of intentional misinformation with respect to another state with the aim of influencing the opinion of the recipient. And this term was coined most probably in 1949 in Russia, and it sounds dezinformacja in Russian. So our government, in its manifesto, in chapter security, talked about misinformation, promised to establish a special coordinator to fight various threats, including misinformation, also promised to introduce rules for more transparent functioning of media, and also promised to work on legal tools to help us. So that is the program of the Czech government. Now the question is whether these opinions are actually implemented in reality. I think that with the exception of a coordinator, none of these promises were delivered. Tomáš Pojar, who is the coordinator, said several times that he was not quite sure how to define misinformation and disinformation, which I believe is truly a difficult task in order to protect the state against foreign influences. There are several European initiatives. You can read a lot or something in the Digital Services Act when the big platforms are to prevent abuse by adopting measures that identify risks. And there are also many other European initiatives. There is the European Media Freedom Act that should bring more transparency to the ownership of media. There are also other legal regulations in the pipeline that should contribute to the dialogue among the large players. We also have the Media Code that was also signed by Klopse, and we have a representative of this organization among us. Then we have the Digital Media Observatory, which is an organization that should function as protection against misinformation. There are various grants available, so we do a lot within the EU. But I'm not quite sure whether we do enough. And perhaps this will be the very first question, and I'll start with you, Dominika. The fact that we have so many initiatives, wouldn't it mean that we are not quite sure actually what to do? Thank you very much for your question. I do apologize for not being with you in Prague in person. To answer your question, it is actually good to have these initiatives, as we admit that there is this problem and we have to deal with it. Also, the initiatives have not been streamlined so that they would focus on very specific issues. And how come we have this situation? Well, we are still divided into, let's say, groups. On one hand side, we have platforms, then we have civic society, then we have regulators, and each of these groups thinks that they have the right approach, and it's different from the others. And the code that you have mentioned is wonderful, that for the first time, NGOs, private businesses, and regulators sit together and they meet regularly, and they, although they believe that their approach is ideal, they work on a common solution. So we are getting towards a path that might bring some solution, but I believe that all is done extremely slowly. The technology innovations that we see are happening in days, weeks, and months. And the regulatory debates are lagging behind. Either we talk about the national level or the EU level, and I think that we should work faster. Unfortunately, I can't see you, so I can't say when I should stop talking. No, I'll let you talk. It's not a problem. Well, perhaps what I want to tell you that I am nodding. So what comes to my mind, you say we work very slowly, so what should we do? If I was to challenge, I would be careful. You know, yes, misinformation and disinformation, it's wrong, and we can see it as a problem, as an issue, but we are interfering to a certain extent, and I'm sure Honza will talk about it. We are interfering in the constitutional rights of the people, because the criminal code does not say that you shall not use misinformation. We have the freedom of speech. I know we talk about the freedom to lie, but it's part of the fundamental rights. So what to do with it? I think that it's important to use the legislation that we have that actually forbid to spread certain expressions, hatred, etc. And we should also apply those rules in the online world. We have many projects that follow what is going on in the online world, and these basic rules that we have in the society are breached all the time. So I think that this is the type of content that should be deleted, as it goes against the existing legislation. Regulation of misinformation is tricky because there is a very thin line between censorship and taking down misinformation. And I do not think that misinformation as such should be deleted or taken down. We need to ensure that misinformation and harmful content is not recommended to the citizens. For example, if I want to find information whether the Earth is flat and I want to see some evidence, I can find videos that tell me that the Earth is flat. But if I actually find just general information about the Earth, no information platform should tell me that the Earth is flat. So this is the basic premise. So, and people capitalize on spreading hatred and also violence, and they should not have the opportunity to promote such content. And such content also should not be allowed to be used on social media. That actually, as we have a representative of a technology company, that leads me to ask a question to Dave. How is it possible to prevent that technology companies, by the algorithm using as recommendation for various people who spread these bizarre information or theories about flat Earth, although this one is particularly not that dangerous. So how these technology companies could prevent this from happening? And how do you see your responsibility or your accountability for that you are not supporting spreading of such conspiracy theories?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, I'd say it is dangerous if the Earth is flat. You don't want to be the one driving off the edge of it. So, look, we are proud signatories to the European Code of Practice. We report accountability and transparency. We think it's very important in the way we answer questions in our information ecosystem at Microsoft. We publish, according to the code, our transparency and accountability reports once a year. I believe we did so in July last year, and we'll be publishing again in July this year. We try and guide the way we handle information, and I'm speaking mostly for our Bing search engine in this case, because that is the primary information conveyance that we have from Microsoft. We handle it through what we call our 4 principles of information integrity. The first is demonetization, right? A lot of the bad information that is out there is a way to make money, is a way for nefarious people to make a dollar on spreading this information, getting clicks, getting views, to sell ads. So we do our best to demonetize the process. We make sure that people aren't making money from conspiracy theories on our platforms. We also, though, recognize, to get back to the flat earth example, we try and assert authoritative information, and so that's two of our other things. It's be proactive, right? We have to be out in front of the problem. We have to be out there fighting the disinformation in the way that we can. And one of the best ways to do it is to elevate authoritative content. If you go to Bing and you search for, is the earth flat? The first thing we're going to do is tell you no, and we're going to promote sources that tell you no. Does that mean that we're removing sources that tell you it is? No, not necessarily. If you're genuinely looking for that information, you're trying to find the conspiracy theory, we have a duty, and this gets to our fourth principle, to protect the freedom of expression. As you said before, the freedom to lie. That is a freedom, and for better or worse, in the United States, it's probably more acute than it is in Europe. We have it built into the Constitution of the United States that you have the freedom to lie. So we have to be careful, especially, I think you've seen in the news, the government of the United States is particularly after us, thinking that we are removing content. We are not. But it is important for us to lift up those authoritative sources of content and make sure that people aren't making money on them.
Děkuju moc. Já možná toho využiju taky zase oslím úzkem k tobě, Jakube, vlastně, protože...
Thank you. Jakub, what Dave has said is that we should demonetize the content. I quite agree with that. Nevertheless, the authors of disinformation use quite sophisticated marketing methods to achieve their goals. So how do you perceive their methods? And my other question, quite personal, have you ever tried that? I remember a friend of mine used in the European Center for Disinformation or Misinformation. Dominika, what was the name? The European Center Fighting Against Hybrid Threats. And he said, well, when I speak with politicians, they are so incapable. I wish I could work in the troll farm in Petersburg, to, you know, live through what they are going through. So have you ever tried to create a hybrid threat? Well, I did that, obviously. Now I decided I'd rather draw those grants to fight disinformation. It's a much better source of money. You may know that we had a web, nevimnews.cz. We were spreading parodic articles such as Onion in the US, and we issued an article that Minister of Health Primula forbade people having sex after 10 p.m. And the article was everywhere. It was demented then by the police of the Czech Republic, and we received 80,000 crown worth of advertising. It's connected to an automatic system of advertisement. I don't know if it's Google Ads or Web Garden. And at that moment I realized that many authors of these web writing this bullshit is not a sophisticated Russian propaganda. It's something to earn money on, because these type of things spread so quickly. And as long as you have ad banners there, then the people will earn lots of money. My friend Igor Khan has got something that is called Gotcha TV, and there are videos, all sorts of things, flat earth to Slavonic, gods, communication with aliens. It's a total odd mixture of videos, and YouTube pays quite a lot of money for that because people share this type of content. So if we are to do something with this information, then this demonetization is an absolute must. Osud.cz by Jiří Maria Mašek, a person who owned a brothel in the Czech Republic, thinks about Maya calendar, open your chakras, things like that, one article after another. The author does not believe it at all, but people looking for the purpose in their life would share that, would forward this type of things. So this is all about money. I obviously could create such a server because I could perfectly choose things that would be spread and disseminated, but I'd be ashamed to do that, but it's a business for many people. Hanzo, what do you think? Do you believe that demonetization should be the primary goal? How to fight disinformation, perhaps the most dangerous, the most harmful ones imported by states, state actors? Well, I basically do not want to speak about demonetization. In the first place, I'd like to protest against the fact that disinformation, those that originated in Russia or China, the most harmful ones, can cause erosion of democratic society. I personally can see one much bigger threat that can erode cohesion of an open democratic society and its ever-growing polarization of the society. Mechanisms that make it worse were here, but social media accelerated the process. The fact that algorithms of the social media are set to promote hatred, to promote people attacking one another, making people angry with other people, fighting one against another. I always remember tobacco firms in the US in the 1990s. And tobacco bosses were examined in Congress. They said they did not add anything but nicotine. Then they had to tell the truth. They paid fines. They were prosecuted. And I believe that very soon bosses of the social media firms will end up exactly the same way, because there are habit-forming aspects, delayed likes. People think they just wrote something, a word of a genius. They are looking for likes. And the algorithms are secret. So I predict, in the public interest, these algorithms that are used will be made public, or will have to be made public. Well, speaking of disinformation, we know that we need to distinguish between disinformation of a very dangerous nature spread by superpowers, enemy superpowers, The fact that we mentioned flat Earth is quite funny. I don't know why is it so dangerous, but it's a good example, because many people say that the Earth is a globe, because they should not be saying that it's flat, because they would be laughed at. But if you asked people on streets whether it's a globe, whether it's round or flat, they would not be sure. If you were from Poland, you'd go straight and then you'd fell off the edge. Well, I don't know. Why do we use this example? Well, it's a cute example, I should say, rather than dangerous. Well, this information can also be bad but not dangerous, perhaps unconscious. And then we have the word malinformation. That is a piece of information that is designed to harm somebody. Jakub wanted to react, but before he does so, I'd like to tell you that you've got a QR code on your badge. You can use your smartphone to go to Slido, and there you can post questions. I will choose from among them and I ask our panelists on your behalf, or you can raise your hand and ask your question personally. But in that case, you need a mic. Jakub, you wanted to react. Well, just a brief reaction. Well, the theory of the flat Earth. People who are members of the flat Earth groups are RSSists. I don't know, maybe you people from Microsoft know better. I find it quite funny. But for example, the information that COVID-19 virus leaked from a Chinese lab. It was labeled as a disinformation. It's no longer the case because it's one of the most likely options or possibilities. So it's very dangerous to say that something is a piece of disinformation because it depends on the authority that says that. And it gets us to a gray zone. If there is an agency established by the Ministry of the Interior, perhaps in the next government, Tomio Okamura would be the Minister of the Interior. It's quite a real option if the Czech Social Democratic Party gets in the Chamber of Deputies. There can be a government comprising SPD and CSSD, and all of the sudden Tomio Okamura would be the one to tell us what is and is not a piece of disinformation. So we should be very careful whom we choose to be in the government. Dominika, would you like to react to that? I saw you were fidgeting. Well, a few ideas and remarks, especially the last sentence, when at the European level the example of Hungary helps us a lot. We try to introduce measures in a way that could function in Hungary too. As regards the facts that the Earth is flat, well, that's something that can be easily explained. Well, most people believe in science, and it's very important, and if there is a scientific consensus that the Earth is a globe, then we should believe it. And if we hear that vaccination against COVID-19 will help us survive, then we should believe it.
So this is one of the things, the questioning of scientific facts and evidence supported by the whole scientific community actually is also one of the threats of democracy. When people stop taking scientists as an authority, and they better find answers to these questions on the internet. I have one more question from the audience, and it is often seen why to block this misinformation or disinformation and not to correct them. I think that this is a question that is often asked during various debates and discussions. And I know that people who are experts in disinformation, they say it's not enough to say the truth and then be happy that the recipient would understand it and say, oh, how come I was so wrong, that I could have this opinion, now I know what's the truth. Dominika, could you tell me how does it work? Because I don't remember. Massachusetts Institute of Technology says that the disinformation spreads 6 times faster than the truth. So when you spread disinformation, it just spreads and fulfills the space. And when you tell the truth, only a fraction of people reads it. So the damage has been done. And if you actually correct the information, some of the people would listen to it and say, okay, maybe, but the damage has been done. That's the primary objective, or the primary reason. And another reason is that very often those who spread disinformation, they get inspiration from each other. They cooperate with each other, at least in Slovakia. They have a well-structured network of disinformators. They know when to create a coordinated campaign to flood the whole information space. And then fact-checking is reactive. It responds to what has been done, and it is not as coordinated as the spreading of disinformation. I will give you an example. I will give you a positive example. During the war in Ukraine, there was disinformation in Slovakia that we are destroying a cemetery of Russian soldiers. And all the disinformation webs took this information that the Slovak authorities were destroying all the Russian monuments. And a couple of minutes later, it was one of the institutions with many thousands of likes actually came up with an interview with the mayor of this town, and it was debunked and it was spread into all kinds of media. It was also mentioned by our ministers in the government, and it was a successful example of how to debunk this one particular type of information. But there are so many disinformation, they spread so quickly and in huge volumes, and also in various media and networks, and you are just not able to debunk all sorts of disinformation. So it would require the efforts of the whole society to overcome. Dave, you wanted to respond, and then I'll have more questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to respond to a couple of things that both of you said. First of all, I mean, let's use a real example. Like, we don't have to use flat Earth, right? That is silly. How about that the US 2020 election was stolen? That seems to be a popular one. And back to what I said before, I mean, our way of dealing with that is, if you were to search the phrase voter fraud in Colorado, for example, the first thing we would do is show you a giant pre-constructed answer that tells you how to vote in Colorado and the proper information about voting in Colorado and encourage you to register to vote in Colorado. We think that's the right way to handle it. I think that, to your point, people tend to harden their views, and there's good research to show this. If you just try and correct people, it really doesn't work. People are very set in their ways, and there's good research to show that if you try and correct them, sometimes it actually negatively influences them. And so providing context, I think, is very important. We partner with an organization called NewsGuard that, and this gets back to the authoritative sourcing proposal, which is that NewsGuard takes sources and ranks their journalistic integrity based on the source itself. So rather than trying to debate the correctness of an individual piece of information, it's ranking the source itself. Is this organization trustworthy? Are they abiding by proper journalistic principles as decided by international norms? We think that is a good way to handle it, and it gets back to what you were saying about the way that disinformation is propagated. So I will grant you that we were having two different discussions. One about financial benefit from misinformation, which is an at-scale problem done by what we call grifters and people who just want to make a dollar on disinformation. And then there's foreign malign propaganda, which is very different. And that is eroding our democratic society. It genuinely is, because we see bad actors taking information, say that the US 2020 election was stolen, and driving narratives around that with the express purpose of destroying US democracy. And that's true in Europe, that's true across the entire democratic society of nations. There are bad actors that want to break down our societal norms, and they're doing so by pushing disinformation campaigns. And oftentimes they're working hand in hand. It might not even be coordinated, but the same issues drive the same people around them. We see around, we call it the big lie in the US, that the election was stolen. We see two ecosystems. We see the foreign malign propaganda that is trying to push a narrative to erode the society. We also see the grifters that are associated with it, trying to sell pillows, for instance, to make a dollar around that lie. So there is always an ecosystem that builds around the lie that involves both.
Jo, prodej polštářů je, myslím, docela dobrý příklad.
Yeah, selling pillows, that's a good example, I guess. Honza, when we see on one hand side that there is a threat to national security, that's the state-sponsored propaganda. On the European level, it was after the attack on Ukraine, there was a ban of two Russian media, Sputnik and Russia Today. That is one part. And then the soft disinformation, what we do ourselves. Can you somehow distinguish between these two to find the borderline? Because often what I see is that the local guys, they just save labor and time, and in order to get as many clicks, they just get some disinformation from those famous troll farms. So can we draw a line where the legislation could come into place, or should the state only fight using the soft measures? Well, I can see several better tools. If we know that Russia Today says that Russia is in war with the West, and even Hungary is listed on the list of the unfriendly countries, and the Czech Republic was one of the first one to get there. I think that the law enforcement entities should intensively monitor financial proofs or financial elements. If somebody is spreading propaganda of a foreign state that is our enemy, and if they receive money for that, then our secret service, and I think that they have good resources and enough human resources, they should monitor these cases in detail and then act. Recently, there was this case when at the Czech embassy somewhere in North Africa, a Russian spy was discovered, and he was a Czech citizen. And then the Secret Service, they said, well, they complained that the guy was only, he was fired, but not prosecuted. And there might be dozens of such persons, or maybe hundreds. And we should find a way how to do it. We should monitor where the financial flows are. And also, I offer another tool. I believe that social media, where we see the products of disinformation or troll farms are spread most or propagated most, they should be responsible for the content. And if they were responsible for the propagation of the content, they should be also responsible and liable for what people are afraid of today in connection with AI, that the activity of troll farms will multiply. And that would have to be somehow resolved. Today I work for Lidové noviny daily, and it leads me to the most important thing. In standard media, we are responsible for the content that we produce. Based on the Civil Code, on Media Act, and also based on the Criminal Code. We have procedures, we do fact-checking, and if misinformation is published, we have to publish an apology. If we fail to do that, we could be fined, and also we could be prosecuted because of spreading libel. So even a company could be brought to court. And today, that might be the most efficient step that the Czech government could take, is to support media and not to impose 21% VAT on dailies. That could be harmful. You know that the government has approved 21% VAT for daily newspapers and only 12% VAT on magazines and 0% VAT on books. In most of the Czech daily newspapers, you will not see disinformation or misinformation, harmful misinformation. The whole industry is facing a big structural change as they compete with digital platform and search engines. Money is leaving the traditional media, where the traditional fact-checking is still a norm. And the government now takes a measure that will affect this industry. If it wouldn't do it, then the fight against disinformation and misinformation, I believe, could be easier. Yes, we will perhaps agree with regard to VAT. But let's move on to the next topic, and that is AI, which is a very popular topic. I read that AI is actually embodied in what we can all use, which is ChatGPT, but it is not the only AI. There are many other models and platforms. But I read that ChatGPT is a great generator of any content. And that means that the content could be also generated for the purpose of generating disinformation. And it could be generated so that it is acceptable from the marketing point of view. So do you think that the marketeers wouldn't have to make much effort, Jakub? Definitely. If you have experience with GPT, 4.0 is able to generate realistic text on any topic. ChatGPT 4.0, even though it has access to web, it cannot open a Facebook account. It does not have access to social media. So if you ask ChatGPT to do a research on the top 10 liked posts on a Czech Facebook, it cannot do it. But soon there will be an interface that will allow that. And then for ChatGPT, it will not be difficult to open tens of thousands of profiles, adding some realistic photos and history, and post information, including links to websites that it will administer, etc. What is even more important is that we cannot trust what we see in our own eyes. If you played with Midjourney, you will see that you can create images where Donald Trump is in court, somebody is saying something. There are voice generators, and you can't say that it's not the truth. And in particular, people who lack critical thinking, who often share stupid things because they are not educated enough to tell whether it's possible or not. Something that contains an image or a video would be something that they would truly believe in. And it's difficult to say it's not the truth. And this is an enormous danger. In particular, after China completes development of AI or Russia starts using AI. Because if AI is asked to propagate certain part of disinformation in Europe, they can do it. Well, China, the problem in China is that the outputs from chatbot may not undermine the state, which is complicated because you can never say what the output will be. So they might actually face a big problem with how to develop AI. I wanted to ask Dave about this issue, as Microsoft is a huge investor into OpenAI, which is an organization developing ChatGPT. So you are responsible for all of this disinformation and fakes that will be created. Yes? No? Well, there is a delay with interpretation that is slightly delayed. So, what is your part of corporate responsibility, so that the large generators of those huge lies will not use the software and hardware that you develop for developing content that is truly harmful?
I want to respond to what Jakub just said and take it backwards. We were talking about images and videos, and I think that's a really important and interesting conversation. But it also sets up the fundamental truth, and I'll say this, and you might all look at me sideways or disagree, but this problem has been here already for a long time. This problem is not fundamentally new with AI either. We are talking about AI right now because Microsoft made a huge investment in OpenAI, and ChatGPT rolled out version 4.0, which, 3.0, DaVinci 3, had been around for several years, but most people didn't have access to it, right? Suddenly everybody has access to it. We're talking about it. There's media narratives about it. There's a lot of press about it. That's understandable. A lot of people have had access to this technology for a long time. And if you think the bad guys haven't already been using exactly these things and doing exactly what we were just talking about for years, you're wrong.
Well, I think there's incredible lightness, and ease to use these tools. I remember deepfake videos, images. Yes, they've been here for a very long time. When I was small in the 1990s, then in the Czech Republic we had a weekly word news, Hrom in Czech, clearly disinformation news, and those people must have must have had enormous fun. I remember an image of a person holding a huge locust, and there was, a depiction, a man with a huge grasshopper held in his hand. Well, there was Photoshop, but it was not advanced, and it took a lot of effort to have such a huge grasshopper with a man holding a gun and this huge grasshopper. Now I can use Midjourney. Please create the image of a farmer who caught a huge grasshopper, and it will take a minute and a half to have it.
And my point in saying that before was that just to say a lot of the solutions we are thinking about and how to approach mitigation of the dangers of AI are the same things that we've been thinking about for years, right? And one of them I think that is really important around images, and we just announced this yesterday. So our CEO announced this at our big conference Build, is that we're building what we call content provenance into all of our products moving forward. There is a big collaboration between us, Adobe, and some others around an organization called C2PA, the Council for Content Provenance, something like that. Look it up. But we announced that our project, which is Project Providence, confusingly and annoyingly, will be part of our mainstay moving forward. So we're going to build in essentially what we call watermarking. It's the ability to know that an image has been altered. The standards for this have been in development and have actually been out there for years. Moving forward, though, there's a couple of, if you guys all look up, there's an app called TruePic that you can use, which excitingly was just used, I say excitingly, sorry, this is actually horrible that it was used this way, but TruePic was used to document war crimes in Ukraine. And was used to admit evidence to the International Criminal Court a few weeks ago. But the idea is you are able to take a picture and then verify the chain of custody behind the picture such that it cannot be tampered without you knowing that it was tampered with. And so building that into our products, we call it information integrity by default, by design. We are trying to build information integrity into our products. And I think that's a good example of how we're trying to, I made a joke, I spoke at a panel a few weeks ago on AI, and I made a joke that I've only been authorized to sit up here and say guardrails over and over again. In some sense, that's true. I mean, what we are doing right now is trying to approach this as responsibly as possible. Guardrails, guardrails, guardrails. If you go to our image generator, I can't speak for Midjourney, but if you go to our image generator, which runs on top of DALL-E, so it's Bing Image Generator, it will not currently let you generate images of politicians. That's on purpose. Maybe that's overly reactive right now, but we know we have to be overly reactive to be responsible until we figure out the right way to approach it.
Midjourney to taky neumí. Já jsem se snažil vytvořit fotografii Andreje.
Midjourney is also not willing to do that. I tried to create an image of Andrej Babiš kissing Brezhnev, but I was not successful. Dominika, in terms of the use of ChatGPT and its use for disinformation, can you see any progress? Do entities creating disinformation use these relatively new but highly advanced technologies? From what we've seen, I think they don't use it to such a large extent. What Dave has said is one of the options, that is to behave responsibly, to label the images and the videos. I also tried to create articles about Soros and Bill Gates in support of conspiracy theories, and I was not successful. In the social media, disinformators use synonyms or different words. So I believe in the end you will be able to find your way how to create, how to generate copies. I think we will not be able to prevent them completely from creating disinformation, but we will have to look at this issue from the point of view of the whole society to minimize threats and risks. People need to be prepared, they need to be ready. We use the term strategic communication, meaning that the government and NGOs should start in a systemic way inform people about risks, policies, strategies prepared in relation to AI, because they are being prepared also at the EU level. And it should increase the resistance against AI-generated content. Thank you. I'm going to use one of your questions as soon as I can see them properly. Could Bank ID be used to verify your identity in order to fight against troll farms? Should all accounts on the internet should be verified? It's an idea that is perhaps suitable for dictatorships rather than democracies. Honza, what do you think? I'm not sure. Well, I don't think it's a panacea, but I said that social media should be responsible for the content. They should publish their algorithms. So I would not mind. Jakub provided some funny examples, and it's yet another big topic, because we want to have fun, and Jakub seems to be a person that likes fun very much in his life. And often when making fun, you often exaggerate, you say funny things. So fun is fun, but we should, be signed. There should be our signature. I love fun, and I'd willingly add a signature to that. Well, the Ministry of Finance, have problems setting the right VAT when selling a cafe latte, because half of that is coffee and half of that is milk, and they both have a different VAT rate. Well, Facebook says that you can open up a profile under your own identity, and those of you who want to run ads must provide a photo with an ID. But Facebook has a tragic or zero customer support in the Czech Republic. In Ireland, in Dublin, when there is the headquarters for the Czech Republic, there are 2 people dealing with the Czech Republic, and they only communicate with advertising clients, because that's the only thing that is of interest for Facebook. At the same time, there are millions of fake profiles in Facebook of girls who send you all these funny emails, and you can obviously report them. And when you report them, then you are told that Facebook can't see anything wrong, and they let them live, they let them continue. If you want anything from Facebook, there's no one to communicate with. And I believe they earn quite a lot of money in the Czech Republic from advertising. So their conditions stipulate that you can only have your profile as a real person under real identity, but they do not enforce this rule in terms of other profiles that help them generate money from advertising. I'm sad that we have nobody from Facebook here today.
I think that they have other issues when they have to pay a fine of 1.2 billion for breaching the GDPR rules, so they perhaps didn't have money to send a panelist. GDPR will be the last thing that we will export. And, you know, this clicking on these stupid frameworks, I don't think that this is comparable to the benefits that it brings. Well, we have already exported it to Japan, to Brazil. That was wonderful export from Europe. One more question. Could the blockchain technology help us with fighting disinformation? That's a question perhaps for a representative of a technology company.
I will say that TruePic operates on the C2BA framework operates on a similar. It's not blockchain. I think blockchain is actually not appropriate for most things that we talk about in society, but it is a similar chain of custody situation, right? So knowing who's had the image and what it's gone through, essentially, which is a similar notion to the way that blockchain works.
Tak děkuji moc.
Thank you. We still have 15 minutes dedicated for our panel discussion. So perhaps I'll look at what is getting ready at the level of the EU. It is the European Media Freedom Act that should bring more transparency in media ownership. That would mean that the owners of media or media would have to inform about their end owners, including those internet media that we consider not to be the media abiding by the media code of ethics. Dominika, do you think it would help? I think that more transparency will help, always helps. In particular regarding media, the question is how individual states will implement this. And also with respect to the EU level, what might help, we talked about the code, and we are a signatory of this code. And this code should be transformed into the code of conduct that should become part of regulation in digital services. So some of the commitments that platforms undertake will become enforceable in the nearest future. So I can see the higher level of motivation for the platforms to do more. And this regulation at the European level actually helps the platform to dedicate more time, space, and resources also to our countries of Eastern and Central Europe. Because also the previous speaker said that these huge platforms do not devote enough time to our countries. For example, I have not learned until today what is the number of employees by Facebook that actually speak Slovak. Well, they will have to publish based on the Digital Services Act. That's what I wanted to ask. Isn't the risk analysis enough? The Digital Services Act was or has worked with. Do we need to generate new and new regulations to resolve exactly the same issue? Shouldn't we wait for the impact of some regulation that are only becoming effective or come into force? yes, we'll have to wait for the implementation of the Digital Services Act. I don't think that we should have new pieces of legislation at the national levels, because if it's implemented well across all the member states, it could help. And even if the disinformation code will become part of it, plus the demonetization principle, and also the system of recommendations, so the platforms should not recommend disinformation, that I think could be enough for social media. Honza, you wanted to say something, but also I have a question. The idea is quite interesting, whether it makes sense, and we go back to the very beginning, to do some national initiatives fighting against disinformation when we have them on the European level. Perhaps what Tomáš Pojar said, that he was not quite sure how to define disinformation, perhaps the Brussels will do it. I have the same opinion as Tomáš Pojar, because I'm not quite sure how to define disinformation, and I'm not sure what to be afraid of more, the national regulation or the regulation coming from Brussels. But I wanted to comment on a couple of things that I consider important before we finish. I repeat once again that I want the social media to be responsible for the contents. Then we will have no disinformation. We either have totally different social media or no social media at all. Social media should be responsible similarly to standard media. Disinformation is nothing new. Nothing new in a modern digital society. We've always had disinformation. With modern technology, there is always a panic of elite. That was with the coming of book print. You know, the church was worried that what will happen, you know, Bible will be printed, people will read it themselves, what will happen? Second, disinformation, there are good and bad. With respect to war, not far away from us there is war, and propaganda is a legitimate aspect of war. There is not only Russian propaganda, but also Ukrainian propaganda. And if I would be President Zelensky, I would also spread propaganda, because this is a tool that must be used in war. So let's not say that there is only Russian propaganda. There is also Ukrainian propaganda, but it is a country under attack. And in their own interest, if need be, they have to strategically use some kind of information that they need to use. And to what Dominika has said, that disinformation for many years. And wouldn't that be, or have you investigated it? Well, we all know how the disinformation is structured. Well, the recipient would say, well, if that is true, that is horrible, I have to send it to my friend. It's something that irritates you, and logically it just propagates 7 times faster. If the message is negative, in a way that the person who receives it believes it's truthful, but it's negative. And of course, negative messages always spread faster. So we should learn how to write better. This is what you want to say? No, well, the same rule applies to media. You know, bad news sells faster. I, of course, exaggerate. But we all know that a piece of news is constructed as to irritate the person who would say, well, if that is true, I have to spread it to my friends. So how do you scientifically measure that disinformation is propagated 7 times faster than proper information? I guess it's the study that Dominika quoted from has the methodology. They actually focused on retweets. But the primary reason for faster spreading is because they generate negative emotions, and that's the thing. And disinformation propagates more quickly than debunk that only gives you corrected information. Jakub, how would you fight against disinformation? How to make proper information more attractive? You are a marketing specialist. Should we learn how to write better? Who is we? Who do you have in mind? I think, well, people who do not want to spread disinformation. Decent people fighting disinformation. Well, that's not what I wanted to say. Well, we still, me and Honza, can consider ourselves journalists. So let's perhaps the people from media, journalists who fight against Russian trolls. Generally speaking, I would say that independent organizations, fact-checking organizations are important. And the social media, actually, when they give detailed comments on disinformation, that is perhaps the correct procedure. And that's the only thing I would do. If we start being too active when fighting this type of news, people would say it's half-half. You know, somebody is doing their own propaganda. That's just the standard narrative, what they use, that the Czech television spreads this information. They actually would not believe the explanations. But it's not about those who believe the disinformation, but it's more about the new persons who should know what the truth is. So my way would be to support independent organizations, fact-checking organizations, and to focus on important element. You have to distinguish between what is a lie and disinformation and what is a different opinion about a thing. So when we talk about COVID, for example, 19, information that a vaccine contains chips is a lie and disinformation. But the idea of Pavel Macek, who's got a fitness center, that you don't have to get vaccinated because your immune system will work with the virus, it's his opinion, and no one should coin him as this former. He's a sportsman, he believes that that's his lifestyle. So you cannot mix these two things together. What is a political opinion? If you are libertarian, you think that taxation is theft, and that should be also respected, that it is your political opinion, it's not a disinformation. Dave, you wanted to add something?
Go back to what I was saying before about sources, right? I think it's more about sources and less about like trying to identify what is correct and incorrect in the individual content. It's too hard. That is the problem with a surface area that is just too large to tackle. And again, like you both said, you get into who's right and who's wrong, and that's difficult. But we have an entire, we have two organizations internally, one that follows cyber threats, which I think we all know we label APTs, Advanced Persistent Threats. We now have a new organization internally that follows what we call APMs, Advanced Persistent Manipulators. So these are organizations that are known to generate bad content. They are, if we had been doing this in 2014, we would have called the Internet Research Agency APM1, right? They are known bad actors. And so what we do is we actually work to suppress those bad actors from our systems as opposed to the individual pieces of content, right? If an Internet Research Agency, if an APM that is known to be sponsored by a state pushing propaganda, form of malign propaganda, we're suppressing that from our system. We're currently suppressing all RT and Sputnik articles from all of our properties for that exact reason. So I think it's, again, more about the sourcing.
Děkuji. To možná udělám reklamu i trochu.
Perhaps I'll advertise Microsoft a little bit, and we have not agreed on that. Microsoft publishes a digital defense report. I recommend it if you are interested in read it. It's extremely interesting, several dozens or even hundreds of pages, and you can find everything there about the current threats in the cyber area and also things related to disinformation and lies propagated via the internet. We have one last minute, so I would like to use it to thank the speakers, Dave Leichtman of Microsoft, Jan Mykhailo from the Institute for Politics and Society. I would like to thank Jakub Horák, marketing specialist, and also thanks goes to Dominika Hajdu from Globsec. And I would like to invite you to the next panel debate. And thank you very much, and I look forward to meeting you next time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful panel on the topic, the erosion of democratic society in the online space. And I thank the moderator, Ondřej Malý, but we are not that cruel, so we'll have a short break so you can leave this room. You have 15 minutes for a break, so stay in this building, but you can have a cup of coffee, and please come back at 3:45, and the next topic is when we are replaced by robots. Thank you very much and enjoy the break.
Já myslím, že to důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré a zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byly u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům a máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, a budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou, nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of transatlantic partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po páté, avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
Českou republiku je samozřejmě členství Evropské unii a v NATO zásadní. Není vůbec na místě debata, že bychom tyto aliance opouštěli a naopak musíme být aktivnější a musíme přispět tomu, aby Evropa byla úspěšná.
Bezpečnostní hrozby a výzvy dnešního světa jsou příliš velké pro zemi naší velikosti a naší síly. Zajistit bezpečnost, prosperitu, stabilitu a můžeme jedině tehdy, když budeme ve spojení se zeměmi, které sdílejí stejné hodnoty jako my, tedy se zeměmi demokratického světa.
For the Czech Republic, the transatlantic relationship has been indispensable to our security and defense.
You know, the world is weird sometimes, and I think in this particular case, Russia and China are primary adversaries in ensuring that the world comes out in a better, stronger, democratic place, have focused us again, made us remember what we're really about, and so I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of the alliance.
We will come out of this very bad crisis, very unfortunate war. We will come out, but also in number-wise, with more countries.
I think the future of transatlantic relationship will now be fully defined by the challenges that are ahead of us on both sides of Atlantic, especially due to the war in Ukraine, but also economic and energy crisis.
We will have to set up a strong alliance that will include in itself security, energy security, economic security, and a better way for interaction and prosperity for everybody who thinks of themselves as democratic countries.
I believe that the future of transatlantic partnership goes through better governance models, maybe, why not, even institutionalizing transatlantic relations.
In today's world of new media, distinguishing real information from disinformation is often very difficult. In the past, the source of information was primarily television or print media, but in the last few years, many new types of media have emerged, and with them, the amount of information in the media space. Social networks in particular have become very popular. They have brought us many benefits, but also many risks, such as dangerous disinformation and fake news articles. Once you read them, you may think that no one can actually believe them. Claims about planes spraying COVID-19 virus aerosol in the air and many other conspiracy theories only reinforce the absurdity of these fake news articles. Despite this, there are many individuals who believe these articles and who share them among their peers without checking the source of such information. It's spread mostly via email, WhatsApp, Instagram or Facebook. Some users read this type of message and share it even further. Not everyone acts in the same way though. Some people dispute the logic of these articles and they start thinking about how to disprove them. These discussions are often not friendly and can sometimes lead to heated arguments, especially among family members or friends. This can quickly escalate and disrupt relationships. Still, fighting disinformation and sharing verified information is always worth it. This effort is necessary, though it may not always be successful. Some people will realize their mistake and verify the suspicious information the next time they come across it by checking the sources. The line between information and disinformation is thin, so it's important to always be on your guard. Our children are the most important people in our lives, and their safety is our biggest concern. For many parents, internet safety.
Dámy a pánové, opět já, váš starý známý hlas, už tentokrát pro poslední panel dnešního dne, prvního dne digitálního Česka 8. ročníku. Zároveň vás zdravím online, nebojte, nezapomněli jsme na vás, stále jsme tady, sledujeme vás jako velký bratr zde z pódia, tak doufám, že si to s námi...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the last block of our conference. I'd like to thank our interpreters working back there in the booth, technicians taking care of the sound, light. These are invisible heroes that help us be successful here. We've gone through several topics. We had great keynote speakers. We've discussed revolution or evolution. We discussed artificial intelligence. I truly appreciated what we heard, that we should rather educate people than perceive AI as a threat. Then we had lunch. That was nice. I hope you enjoyed it. Then we had an economic forum, the future of economics. We had a VIP talk, impact of modern technologies on mental health. Please switch off your mobile phones before we start drinking wine, and then we talked about erosion of society. We heard about fake profiles of young ladies at Facebook. I must say that I am interested in many things such as Luftwaffe and engines, and this particular forum of young ladies started to give me likes, which I like, and I feel like being a great influencer. So we have had a small break and our last panel is about to start, and it will focus on robots and whether we will be replaced by robots one day. So I'd like to ask our panelists to join me on stage.
Dobrý den, dobrý den. A už vám...
Hello, let me introduce. I have not shaken hands with you, but still, Wojciech Kristen is our moderator. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Wojta Kristen. I'm a journalist. I write for Info.cz. I write about technologies. We have Helena Horská, Chief Economist of Raiffeisen Bank, here with us. Hello, thank you for having me. Mr. Michal Schmid, CEO of Amazon. Maggie Mejdrechová, co-founder and CTO of Robotwin. Mr. Mike Sner, chairman for the Czech Moravian Society for Automation. Hello. And Mr. Vetiška, head of the Department of Robotics and Robots from the Institute of Manufacturing Machines, Systems and Robotics from VUT Brno. Thank you for being with us either in this room or online. I'd like to kick off our discussion. One sentence, one fast answer. Most favorite robot? Kukka. ABB. I have no answer. The most useful one. Hercules. I love chatbots. In what area do you see the largest potential for disruption from the viewpoint of robotics? Helena Horská can start. I think it's in particular in the area of repeated manual tasks. I can use robots for repeated tasks myself. There were no big know-how is needed. When I give my information to chatbot and I ask them to reformulate it in a sexy way as a PowerPoint, they can do it, and it takes them no time. I use them for repetitive tasks, but also hard operations that are difficult to carry out and can be replaced by robots. So this is where I would opt for robots. Well, I use them when there is a need of combination of the need and difficulty. Well, for some reason it's a difficult task, there are some barriers. There we can find a way to overcome those barriers. Well, there's one area of repeated tasks, and there where it makes economic sense. It makes sense to replace us with robots. Well, robots are often more accurate. They are able to perform accurate tasks, accurate movements. It's very useful for welding technologies, so I can see a bright future in the welding sector, in the automotive industry. And my last question of this very fast kickoff: can the Czech Republic become a global leader in any aspect of robotization, or perhaps it is a global leader? In what sectors? I think not. The Czech economy is not that advanced. Of course, there are many owners from abroad who influence the use of machines, tools, including robots. So I think not. Well, I don't know if we can become a leader, but this particular area will be affected by the way we educate people about robots. If we have enough experts who are able to deploy robots, then we can become a leader. Well, I think we cannot compare with Western countries or the US, but we have the potential of bringing specific features, specific effective, efficient solutions, despite the fact that the segment is small. We can find a niche. Yes, we have smart people, we have investments, quite big investments, because if we want to implement bright ideas, we will need huge investments. And if we are able as a state to promote such investments and training programs, we have a chance to move upwards. I'm also a prudent optimist. We Czech people have one great ability to improve things. And this is something that we can contribute to the world, such as cybersecurity, for example. That's one branch that I personally perceive as a huge progress, and we've been teaching the world. Basically, I don't think we will become a leader, but global leaders will not be able to do without us. The name of this panel is When We Are Replaced by Robots. What is our current situation from the viewpoint of robotization and automatization? When we recalculate the number of robots per capita, it's 162 robots per 10,000 employees. Is it a small figure or a large figure? Mr. Vetiška, what do you think? Well, we can be better. We can do better. We should find places where robots could be deployed in a fast way. Also, businesses are often afraid to deploy robots because they don't have operators. There's an integrator who will integrate them, but then we'll need operators, and this concern must be overcome. This is the last discussion, so let's make it informal and spontaneous. I fully agree with what you've said about integration, and then there's servicing, not only operation and the way how to work with robots and cooperate with the robots, but what if a robot falls ill? Are we able to repair it? Can we put it back to work? And this has to do with education, whether we have experts that can do that. We don't want to buy this type of services abroad. We currently have a team of teachers preparing a textbook of robotics for secondary schools. So we do something. We want to support education to improve its quality. But it's not that easy because many companies use robots programmed in different types. We need to choose what to include in the textbook to make it general for all secondary and vocational schools. And can such an abstract be made? Or yes, you can do it. We've got 4 secondary schools where this particular branch is taught, and its teachers, their teachers participate in the writing of the textbook. So I believe the quality of this textbook will be high, and it's a well-established secondary schools. I will react as an economist. I always compare. I compare figures, I compare the structure of economics. The Czech Republic is one of the most industrialized countries in Central Europe, so there must be lots of space for automatization and robotization, because robots are expected to replace repeated work, repeated tasks. So I believe we have a huge potential to launch robots in the automotive industry, and our benchmark should be, let's say, South Korea or Taiwan. We should draw inspiration from there. You choose countries that are at the very top. South Korea has got about 900 robots per 10,000 inhabitants. But let's put robotization into a wider economic context. In your opinion, does it have to do with the living standards of a particular country? Larger robotization means better conditions for the economy. Well, I don't know if it's better for social welfare and cohesion. Cohesion is perhaps not a word that is often mentioned in relation to robots. Well, automatization is a must-have for me. It's a trend. It's something that we must respect, and we must adjust our activities to that. Without AI, automatization, robotization, we will not be able to succeed. At the same time, in parallel, if we want to grow, if we want to improve our welfare in a sustainable way, if we don't want to get indebted, if we don't want to proceed to the detriment of the environment and social cohesion, we must bear that in mind. And it's a huge challenge, not only for the state, but also for corporate responsibility. Very often, some jobs will be lost, some professions will be lost, and we will have to think how to keep these people active, how to engage them, how to give them a chance for further development. Because there can be a huge demand for professions that are not readily available, such as engineers, technicians, and we will have to think how to move people from one sector to another, how to promote life learning. This is truly a wide topic, but social cohesion is a term that I'd like to mention.
Yes, we'll go back to that during the discussion, but I want to go back to the original question. Is it true that more robotization means better for the economy in general? Yes. Well, I would say, and I would thank you for linking the terms automation and robotization. Automation is a more general term. Automation of the industrial manufacture, its streamlining and perfection. And as I was a designer, head designer of automated machines, etc. I know what I'm talking about. When I worked for a company making spare parts or parts, it was mass production because hundreds of millions of pieces were produced, and these were tiny parts. So the robots were not possible, only at certain operations. For example, some kind of handlers, we said they handle the products, and they had 3 levels, and so these feeders were supplying some parts onto a conveyor belt, and that transported them to assembly. In that case, robots make no sense. But then you have the automotive industry, and suddenly you see that there are whole groups of robots or workplaces that work, for example, with welding or assembly, and it's all done and it's automated. So automation, sensible, that makes sense, is the basis. Thank you. Before we move on to Mrs. Mejdrechová, I have a question for Mr. Schmidt. Amazon, I actually found some numbers, 1.6 million employees globally, 500,000 of robots. How do you distribute work? Can you talk about the symbiosis between robots and human beings? Well, I think that you said it well. It's not about dividing the jobs. You will do that and you will not do that. It's all based on development and simplification and easing of tasks that could be replaced by work of a robot. But it's not full replacement of human work. It's cooperation, symbiosis of a human being and help and assistance by the robot that can replace the repeated heavy work. I will give you an example. If in standard buildings, these are sort of legacy buildings, only with software automation, with high proportion of human work, the massive use of robots removed and allowed to do parallel tasks that were not enabled in a classical building. First, when you wanted to put an item in the warehouse, you had to physically go there. If you wanted to take it out, you had to find it based on a key and then take it out and bring it for packaging, or you would package it. Today, you can do it in parallel. The transport towards the person who wants to put an item on the warehouse is done automatically by the robot. The more creative work is done by a human being. And then if the client orders, you take out the item, similarly to standing at a cashier desk, and all the shelves actually coming your way, and you don't have to go around the whole warehouse. So how do you think about robotization? Tesla and Elon Musk and dark factories where robots are creating also robots. Is it something that you think about? Is it your objective to achieve as high proportion of robot as possible? It's about having the most efficient system and making use of what is available. If you want to, and most of the clients, if they order something, they want to have it immediately. We go in that direction, what our customers want to have. That's where we think about using robots. Meaning, we want the client to have the items quicker. We are able to locate more items on the same space, so utilize the available space better, because we do not need aisles, the shelves where the items are stored could be next to each other. You just do not need any aisles because the robots can work with that. You can have a bigger selection at one place, so it's also a positive impact on the environment, and that impacts the customer. And the last question, 500,000 of robots, 1.6 million human beings. Do you plan to change this proportion to the benefit of robots? I think that the number of robots is growing. Most of the centers that are being built and are growing are robotic centers. So both human beings and robots are needed, but the old generation of warehouses are being outdated and they are being replaced by robotic centers. Maggie, you have disrupted a little bit in your startup the classical robotization. Can you tell us a bit more about it, and perhaps also talk about some limits that businesses and companies face? Yes, definitely. Well, we heard that the level of robotization depends on the structure of our industry to a certain extent. And I want to say that automotive is a large proportion of our industry, but then we have smaller manufacturing companies, SMEs. And automation is difficult to get there. And the reasons could be the limits of classical automation that works well for mass production, for repeat production, but not that well for low series or customized production. But the segment of SMEs in the Czech Republic is big, And globally, it turns out that the trend gets into these smaller companies, the trend of automation. They have to keep up with others. And there are requirements related to quality. So if they want to keep up with the large manufacturers, they have to go into automation. And what we try to do in our company, RobotWin, is to get automation there. So we overcome obstacles of classical automation, and the main is programming of robots. For small companies, it's difficult time-wise and also with respect to costs. And often they used integrators, a third company, and it is unacceptable for manufacturers as it means increased costs, and also the availability of services is low. That's the main limit. Yes, when we talk about introduction of automation in SMEs, that's the main limit, plus finances. But return of investment in automation, of course, is lower if the costs for implementation are higher. So we try to give them tools so that their internal workers, blue-collar workers, are able to teach the robots themselves, so they do not need to hire programmers. How do you do it? Briefly, could you please describe that? And I just remind the audience that you have an opportunity to ask questions using Slido. We are based on the principle of imitating a movement. So the workers can visually show how the movement should look like. We focus on industrial painting. So imagine you have a painting device and you do it similarly as you do it every day. The only difference is that the painter has a special device with sensors that take out the movements, and then our software reads the movements and automatically generates a program for a robot. So you don't have to write the program manually, but we generate the program and the robot just mimics your movement. That's fascinating. Mr. Vetiška, Mr. Meixner, we talk about the limits of introducing robotization and automation in smaller companies. It's quite a surprise to me. I thought that everything that could have been robotized have already been robotized. What is your opinion about these limits and perhaps the overlap between what is required by the company and what is offered by the market? Currently, I would say that for small companies, the market with industrial robots is opening up. As the robots are produced massively, it's easier to program them. And even small companies can purchase robots, not as an independent machine, but they can buy a total solution. If you wanted to have a CNC machine, it was more difficult. Now we have the Robot Go. You just put the robot next to it. You actually read some positions, and you can actually very easily use the robot. And you can use several of them. So what are the barriers then for the companies? I believe that who is going to operate it? The owners are afraid that they would find the right people who would operate these machines. Mr. Meixner? I think that it depends on individual companies. What are the possibilities regarding investment, regarding human resources? I know smaller companies that actually purchased robots, for example, for plastic injection. These were smaller companies. They purchased the robots in order to avoid having one or two of their workers sitting there in quite an unpleasant environment. So it's very individual. It depends on the condition of individual companies. However, as we heard from my colleague today, programming a robot has advanced, and there are tools how to automate it. So I think that we are getting close to the quality of an operator. So there is a chance that it will also be true for your own person or your workers. When we go back to what Helena Horská has said, based on the data of the International Robotic Association, robots should replace about 20 million workplaces in manufacturing industry. What are these people going to do? How is it going to work in real life, and what the impacts for the society are going to be? Would it lead to more polarization in the society? Well, this is an important question, and we have to focus that. And this is a question not only for the government, but also for responsible companies. The trends we can see, well, we see the trends, and we do not know the advances of technology, how new technologies are going to be incorporated into the manufacturing process. But we see it in the development of demography, the number of persons, and I'm talking about the whole world and Europe. With the aging of population, there'll be many millions of people missing on the labor market. That's one of the steps that will help to balance the disbalance. As there will be fewer and fewer people joining the labor market, naturally their work will be replaced by automation, AI, and robotization. And also there'll be sectoral changes. We know that with the aging of the population, the share of services will grow. Services related to the old age, and also services related to our increased well-being. So some personal services and demand for those services will grow. And the word structural is very important, as it will mean that the manual, repeated tasks that are not demanding as far as education, intellect are concerned, there'll be less demand for them because it will be done by robots, automation, AI. But there'll be a growing demand on non-repeated, unique activities that are dependent on the value added by a human being and their personal approach. So that will mean a huge change. It will be disruptive. It will be a big change as regards the demand of the employers regarding their work tasks. So there is a huge pressure on the education. It is something that we should get ready for, and we should have done it earlier because it will be done quickly. And we cannot say that we know what it's going to look like. We do not know what the future labor market is going to look like. We just know that there will be huge changes and movements, changes in the demand, in the structure, skills, knowledge. And skills will be more important than knowledge.
And the change will take place within the very large demographic change that is expected within 30 years. Yes, absolutely, within the framework of large demographic, geographic, and other changes that we are going through. From the viewpoint of a teacher, I can say that there is a lot to be done. we've witnessed the trend that there are many people, many young people, who are very good at consuming modern technologies. Swiping a screen, they are very good at it. But if they are to create a simple algorithm, they are not able to do that. And we should improve the level of training at a level of primary schools, and it should be done across subjects. We teach math, we teach physics, etc. But what I'd like to see is defining a problem in physics. Let's move to math, start to calculate. We've made that calculation. Let's move to the Czech language. Let's describe what we've just done. Let's move forward. Let's make a presentation of what we've just done. And everything is closely interconnected, and every student should be able to find. And then we should move into a teacher. What is the attitude of your students to the sectors of robotization or automation? Are they interested in robotics? Well, at our faculty, the interest in robotics has become immense. We've accepted as many students as we could. So the interest is enormous. COVID helped us to a certain extent due to a development of digital technologies in terms of offline programming, etc. Both students and companies did not like it that much. They did not want to use it because their staff were not good at it, but our students sat at home and we had to teach them something, and that's how we started to develop machines virtually. So yes, students are interested in this sector, and all our graduates leave directly to work in the industry. I try to convince them that they should study rather than work. Maggie, your story, you also originated from academia, then you launched a successful robotic startup. Could you please tell us what was lacking? Was there any deficit from your university, from the state, something that would have helped you to transition more smoothly? Thank you for this question. It's great. We do our best to disrupt the existing status quo, and we need some tools to be able to do that. Yes, we need education, and we need to provide for the transfer of knowledge that we obtain at school in practice. As regards my personal story, what I found quite shocking was a comparison with what I knew from the academia, and then going to the plants and seeing what they do there. I compared my knowledge. Well, what do you mean by shocking? Well, the technology that I knew was not applied, was not used at all. And we can discuss innovations of the 21st century, and there are still people who work 3 shifts in a plant, in a paint shop. And my personal mission is to get technologies from academia to the industry, to apply them there, to help there. So I did not further develop the outcomes of my thesis, but I rather moved to the more practical tasks. You mentioned that there are technologies that are not applied in practice. Why is that so, in your opinion? And other guests can add their opinions later. Well, it's a difficult question. I don't know what the main reason is. I know what needs to be done to remove that barrier. I personally was not clear, for example, how to apply the outcomes of my thesis in practice. I was not supported by my university. I could not see any example. Perhaps we'd need more role models. Very often startups provide innovations. But in the Czech Republic, the startup environment is not so developed. We can't see examples, shared by the media, for example. In other states, even at the EU level, some indicators of success of a university is based on the number of spin-offs and startups created by its students. I don't know if it has a positive impact or not, but I can imagine it would have helped me. Perhaps a brief comment when discussing barriers, lack of experience sharing. The ecosystem of startups is at the early stage of development. I have some experience with mentoring, and it would be nice to have a system of mentoring for startups. And the startups that are perhaps no longer startups but have gone through that valley of death to become regular firms, they would need mentoring to train themselves, to learn from one another. I'm very glad that we are not saying the government does not support us, the government does not provide any funds. Well, perhaps the government should create an environment that would help us by sharing fuck-ups, by exchanging experience. Look, this worked for me, this did not work. That's something that we should start creating in the Czech Republic. Absolutely. Well, we should think about the quality of topics discussed at schools. I've worked in the automotive industry for 10 years, and there is lots of competition. As Maggie said, there's a person working in a paint shop, working 3 shifts. How about having a robotic arm there? Well, companies are under pressure. If I use an automatic arm, maybe the price of my product will grow. And it's not economic for me to replace my staff with a robot. Let me give you an example. We had a component that was supposed to be insulated using a robotic arm with a very simple operation. We in the Czech Republic did not implement this solution. In Germany, all plants, all warehouses launched this solution because it did not work out for us in the Czech Republic from the economic viewpoint. Some people invest money, they've got money to invest, they think forward because the price of labor is most likely to grow and it'll be more advantageous to use the robotic arm, but perhaps not in the nearest future. What is your opinion? Do we need an impulse from the outside to promote automation and robotization? Well, let me go back to the use of robots in paint shops. It's a typical environment where robots should be used. In automotive industry, when producing buses, for example, they use robots because it's mass production. There are tens of thousands of vehicles to be produced. I don't know whether there were you tried to introduce automatic solutions. Perhaps they manufactured small series, and rather than investing large amounts of money, it's still more economic to have a staff member with a face mask, painting car bodies. And one day they can get to a particular level, and perhaps they decide to launch an automatic solution. And I understand that economically it's not that easy to buy a robot, to have it programmed, to use it, perhaps not to use it for half a month before some needs are accumulated. So it can be problematic. And I think companies know what they can afford.
I'm glad that we start this discussion about automation, robotization, and AI. And I would like to give you a warning. There is something different between what is the current state, the nearest future, and the long-term horizon. Because the train could leave quickly without us. You can easily say, I will not automate or robotize because it doesn't make financial sense. But in a year time, it could be a total failure because the competitors will make a huge leap, and then anything could come, a shock, a new competitor, new technology, and then it is very difficult to catch up. And the trends, if you look at them, if you look at the tree of life, it's no prediction, it's a fact. And you will see how many people will newly join the labor market. It's something that we will not change much, not even using labor migrants. And that will actually means that there will be a huge pressure on the labor market and also on the growth of wages. We could make a plan, several years plan. Sometimes it's just much better to make a calculation for a longer period of time, because in a couple of years the industry could be elsewhere, and in 3 years the wages will be different, and we just cannot invest only taking into account the next year. You need to work with a long-term horizon. So I suggest look at the demographic curve and look at the curve of the development of wages, and then the calculation will be totally different. Before we go to the questions, and there are many questions and they are wonderful, I'll ask about the future of robotization. What is the future of it? Is there any leap in the future that we could expect? And what will happen when robotization meets with AI? AI is already used in robotization and in general in automation. There are programs based on AI that follow monitor the condition of every single device, what is going on, and when the machine or device is prone to a disaster or where you need to replace a certain part because of certain vibrations, etc. All of that is based on AI, these analysis. So that's the first example of application within automation. And when we talk about robotics, it's a question of preparing new programs for the robots, new software, where again AI is applied. I personally believe that it is needed, and we need to progress like that also in the future, as these are powerful tools that will help us improve the manufacture as such. I think that overall robotization has been with us for 40 years. In the past, it was, the robot had everything on its place, and the robot just took it. We just want the robot to be able to grip items without fixed positioning. So I think that robotization will go in this direction to become more universal, so that you don't have to set up all the things and all the setups, and if there is a small anomaly, the robot will stop. I fully agree. This is the way to make robotization more flexible, so that we can use it wherever we can. And also, I see also a way in the synergy. I'm not talking about collaborative robots, but about the synergy between human beings and robots. And that is how we want to reflect what we want from the robots to do. You know, when we talked about the lack of labor force, changes in the demography, there is a danger of losing a certain know-how that is in human beings, and also the challenge how to get the know-how from people into robots. Can you tell us something specifically? How we work with the automation, if we have robots that actually simulate the movement of a human being. If you are a painter and you know how you need to paint it, we want to get this idea naturally into the robot. So it's a know-how how to do the operation, to get it into these programs or software. Mykhailo Schmid, I'll give you 2 examples from real life. Within a month, we are starting or opening one of the most modern building in Europe, and it's set up. Actually, it took us half a year, and I would like to have a robot put them on the floor and say, "Do your work." And not to have a team of technicians that will teach the robot where to go and what should not be done. So speeding up the deployment of the technology in a real example, in real technology. That might be the hardware. And I'll take Alexa that you talk to, and the robot will soon recognize that you are the client. When you say, "I want to complain about the last order," the robot will look into the database, look it up in the database, and find out what are the items with the highest percentage of defaults, and the robot will ask you whether this is the item that you want to complain about. So this is an example of deploying technology into real life, and the AI would be forthcoming. You do not want to look out for it or search for it yourself. And I'll make a general comment to conclude. How I see it, we will perhaps are the brink of revolution, not evolution, not only in the industry, this is our focus during this discussion, but AI and connection with robots will also meet revolution outside of industry, also in education, social services. We cannot forget about healthcare. And if we manage to use correctly AI, for example, if we are able to supply AI with the data, of course, we human beings have limitations as far as collecting and sorting data. And if we use AI to go beyond our capabilities so that it can sort data, select data, that could accelerate many areas, not only in industry, but also in the social or soft areas. It could advance the development, and then the disruptive power could be important, because then we will not serve the mobile phones, but the mobile phones will serve us. I look forward to that. So let's go to the questions. Should programming be an obligatory subject similarly to Czech language? I would say definitely yes. To teach children how to create algorithms, how to think abstractively, so that they can put together an algorithm and think about it. I will respond as a mother. I would focus more on soft skills, like thinking in a structured way. I can see it in my kids. They do not learn how to program at schools, but they learn how to program with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT teaches them how to program a software. So they learn how to work with the new technology, and they use the new technology to manage or handle other technologies. So you have to teach children languages, think and to communicate, share, resolve issues and problems in a team, problem solving as a general thing. And this is a huge change also for our education system, as we stick to the facts and knowledge. We should lead the children to soft skills and skills in general. Mr. Schmid, I would agree with that. All those skills are not there, in particular in the education, but we have to find the balance. We shouldn't overstep a certain line and just to use ChatGPT and forget that there are people around us and we have to communicate with human beings, or we should communicate with human beings, unless we want to be a geek sitting at home and the only thing they know is ChatGPT. Any other responses? I think it's about the level of defining the skills and capabilities. For me, programming could be generalized. You can learn how to think in a programmer's way. You don't need to learn a programming language. And I think that will be the trend. In the future, we will not be required to be able to program in a particular language, but we should be able to actually word or ask the proper questions. It's also about what the environment in which children live would motivate. And for example, in our company, we had several robotic competitions with very good results that involved primary schools, secondary schools, including grammar schools, where the students would show various types of robots. Some of them they bought, some of them they built themselves, and of course they program these robots. And last Friday, I went to see a competition that is called Microtel. A person brought a small computer, just this tiny, and it was programmable via a computer. It was some kind of a microcomputer, and it is applied in extracurricular activities in primary schools everywhere, because we have the Association of Companies that is organized by our municipal hall, and that funds these microcomputers that are bought in the UK, and then there are competitions organized. There were hundreds of children. Each of them had a project that they programmed and that they showed. One person told me, well, I have a son who is 4 years old, and he taught the son how to work with it. And this 4-year-old was able to program somehow, to put together a sequence of steps. So it can be done. The question is how the environment in which the children are brought up are interested in that or present to children that, and how they organize it. So I have much more experience with that, so it works. But I would agree with you that the social aspect of bringing up children should not be left behind. We should not focus only on their technical skills. We need to shape also the character of the children and the social aspects. Thank you very much. Well, robots will improve productivity, but we still work for 8 hours a day. Where's the way out of this?
How do we measure labor productivity? Unfortunately, this positive news is not included in the statistics. Look at Germany, look at the United Kingdom. The growth of productivity is very slow. In the last decade, it's 1 to 2%, which is not a sufficient number. Many experts are surprised because they thought the new technology would increase labor productivity. So there are many surveys. We are trying to establish whether we are able to measure technological progress, whether perhaps statistics are not used properly to measure the quality of our life. We have aging population, and that's why the progress of productivity growth is not sufficient. Well, I see further growth in new technologies and in the fact that we learn how to use them for our benefit or to our benefit as a factor that should start growth in the long term. And for Czech economy, to respond to your question, in the Czech Republic we should also improve value added, meaning we should approximate services and finished products rather than semi-finished products. If we use robots for painting car parts, then the labor productivity simply will not increase, meaning that robots who are going to paint something should paint ideally the whole car body. Ideally it should be exported. We as the Czech Republic would offer post-guarantee services, and we would have the client at hand from the very beginning till the very end. So it's not only about robotization, but also the final production. Taxation of robots, that's something that is sometimes discussed. Do you believe that the work of robots should be taxed or subject to tax? Well, I asked GPT yesterday what does it think about taxation, and the reply was that this is a very new question, that the data used is autumn 2021, and there is no country that would introduce or that would subject robots to tax. There was an idea to tax robots in South Korea, but it was not implemented. So we, as a society, will have to discuss this topic, and I'd be very prudent, very careful. We are dealing with the economy of automation and robotization, but due to demographic development, we should be very prudent. And something that is new should not be subject to tax, because we don't want to put up regulations. Any other reaction? Well, let me add that it would be very naive to imagine the final volume of work that must be filled up, and then we will be able to stop. By increasing labor productivity, we will be able to make more. So I believe the growth curve does not have a limit. The thing is to make the curve steeper. A question from Igor to Mr. Schmid. Does automation is automation reflected in the well-being in your company and well-being of your staff members? Well, I provided the example of robots moving shelves across the warehouse. People who work in standard buildings, non-robotic buildings, sometimes they love it, but it's jogging for them. They keep walking, they keep moving. It's a hobby for some of them. Others don't like it at all, but there are people who like moving. Here you are standing at the cash desk and you are waiting for goods to arrive to you. So we are replacing repetitive tasks, and many people are glad to have that. Also, when we look at the handling of heavy burden, meaning transport of heavy goods, bulk goods, across premises, it is done by a robotic arm. Similarly to the automotive industry, when we talk about windshield setting, things like that, it all can be done by a robot. There's no need to come up with difficult imaging. The robot knows what the shape is, takes it, moves it and put it to a particular place. This heavy burden handling and the fact that they don't have to do it contributes to the well-being of our staff. Mr. Meixner, would you like to add something to that? Also, at this forum, I'd like to support the idea defined by Mrs. Horska regarding increased labor productivity. We will be able to increase it to the Western countries level if we have more own products and if we sell them with retaining value added. So, by having so many foreign owners of businesses, the value added is transferred abroad to the neighboring countries, where the level of their staff increases because they take advantage of that value added. So, to get to the level of labor productivity existing in Austria, Germany, it's a never-ending story, I should say. We can move a little bit forward, but what is important is that we have much more companies that manufacture their own products and sell it on the market. Mr. Schmid, how about robots at the front end when delivering to your clients? I know that you have a pilot projects in the US, and when do you plan to introduce them in the Czech Republic, such as delivery by drones, for example? Well, you correctly said that these are pilot projects. There is some testing. Lunar module will arrive at your doorstep. You open the door and you take your product, or there is a drone bringing a package to your garden. These are pilot projects. It's an example of forward thinking. It's backed up by large investments and large development. So I'm not going to tell you that a robot will arrive at your door the day after tomorrow. Will that happen in 20 years, 30 years? Well, much sooner, I should say. We've got industrial solutions. Testing is taking place. There are some legislative issues that require quite specific steps. The fact that we can do it in the US does not mean that we can launch the same thing in the Czech Republic because of legislation. If you live within 3 kilometers from the Rosinje airport, definitely no drone will be able to arrive at your door because there are some regulations to be observed. So it definitely will take a few years. A question for Maggie from Markéta Přenosilová. What inspired you to study robotics? It's a difficult question. I graduated from a grammar school, so I had many options. I am fascinated and inspired by technology, by the options that are available to you to change things around you, to implement projects that have a certain impact. And through the robotics, I can see a chance to achieve such things. So I like the opportunity to initiate a positive change through robotics. A question for Mr. Vetishka and also other panelists. Will robots be able to think and make their own decisions? Will they be more clever than humans? Well, we heard a lot about artificial intelligence, about its positive and negative features. I don't know whether they will ever achieve the level of their own thinking. Perhaps we don't want them to have their own thinking. Any other opinion? I do agree. In general, I think robotics is a nice bridge, at least from the engineering viewpoint, connecting all technological areas. We had welding and other sectors, and now robotics is something that is interconnecting all sectors. We are approaching the end of this day, so perhaps I'd like to ask you for your opinion regarding the position of the Czech Republic in this area. Are you rather optimistic or pessimistic? And what is the bottleneck and how to overcome that bottleneck? Mrs. Horska, I'm an optimist/realist. I believe there are many opportunities that we are able to build upon solid base. We are a country that have quality technical universities, but also humanities. We are in the center of Europe, so we can take advantage of our geographical position. And obviously, if we reflect our weaknesses, that is demographic development, that obviously does not contribute to the existing model of economic growth. And if we try to move the economy forward, in the course of time, we can achieve not only higher flexibility, that is using home office, for example, but perhaps we will be able not to work for 5 days per week, 8 hours a day, and we'll be able to find a better life-work balance. So it's a positive message from me. I would like to avoid this. There are structural changes ahead of us. I think they should not apply to primary education only, but also to learning throughout your productive life. We all agree that change can occur quite quickly, and our population in their productive age who have education should still have a chance to catch that train. And if we manage to do that, if we are able to react, then I'll be an optimist, and I would say, yes, we have the chance to get to the level of the most efficient countries, but if it's not the case, we'll be slightly lagging behind. Well, in the last 5 years, we learned a lot. Maggie, what do you think? I'm an optimist. I am engaged in robotics in both work life and personal life, so I hope we'll help robotics to bring us all those positive features. I personally do my best. I'm an optimist. If I were not an optimist, I would not teach robotics. Mr. Meixner, your conclusion? I'd like to go back to the 70s when I studied Japanese projects, 24. There was a plant. In one shift, they prepared an automatic production for 2 following shifts. And the second and third shifts were automatic, with just a small engagement or involvement of humans. That was a vision of the Japanese. At that time, I don't know how many plants of this type they have today. But I believe with the tools that we have today, a range of computers and other tools, well, I could go back to history, but I will not. Considering that we have universities, concerning that we have many tools, I believe the perspective is very good. We will maintain the level of our industrial production at a very good level, but it will require lots of efforts. Thank you. That was the conclusion of this panel. I'd like to thank all of our panelists, and I will pass the floor on to our moderator.
Can you hear me? Yes. Congratulations. It was very interesting, interdisciplinary, and I would like to thank Vojtěch Kristen, the moderator. So thank you very much. Now I would like to invite you for the after party, all of you, not only the speakers. So that is all now on the agenda networking with a glass of wine, or those of you who are watching us online, you cannot join us, but you can celebrate with us metaphorically. I want to thank the partners of today's and the whole conference, Google, Microsoft as golden partners and silver, T-Mobile, Bank ID and Edenred. We've discussed today from blockchain to AI. Tomorrow we will dive into women in tech, and there will be many interesting panels. So I look forward to meeting you again, and do not forget to use Slido. Thank you very much. Enjoy wine and goodbye for now.